Good. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the international campus of the Yonsei University and to the first day of the EU-South Korea Digital Convergence Week 2026. My name is Monique Calisti. I'm the CEO of Martel Innovate, a company based in Switzerland that is a partner of the NexusForum.EU project. We organized this event in close collaboration with several organizations here locally that I would like to thank in advance. So our sincerest thanks to the EU delegation to Republic of Korea, to the Ministry of Science and ICT of the Republic of Korea, to the Yonsei University for hosting us and for the organization locally, and of course to all speakers that have provided their input to prepare this event and that will share their insights today during the conversations. It is a great honor for me to open this event today, and I would like to mention a few points. So first of all, I should have advanced, so that's me, you see me. I would like to say a few words about the digital partnership. I will not be going in details, but I just wanted to have a fresh recap for some of the people that might not know about the partnership. So it was signed in February 2022, and it included 11 priority areas. The idea with this digital partnership between the European Union and the Republic of South Korea is that we are partners with trusted, like-minded principles and values. We expect that this digital partnership will help boosting economic resilience, promote human-centric, democratic digital standards globally. It has become a first very successful example of collaboration between Europe and Southeast Asia regions, and I will tell you in a moment why. So from January 2025, all organizations from South Korea can participate as equal members to the Horizon Europe Pillar 2 program, meaning they can lead and they can participate to research and innovation projects, and they receive funding directly from the European Union. Then a big step forward was the mutual data adequacy. So personal data flows freely in both directions between EU and Republic of Korea. It was ratified in September 2025, and it's very important, especially for applications and verticals like healthcare and other key strategic areas. And another point that will be that we will go through today is the EU Republic of Korea Digital Trade Agreement that since November 2025 has been put in place. Moreover, I think a very important point is the current, good morning, Rainer, is the ongoing collaboration to actively explore in which way the mutual recognition of AI conformity assessment under the EU AI Act could create the first interoperable AI regulatory bridge between two major jurisdictions. So, sorry, I was here. Oops, very sensible, very sensible. So I mentioned these points. Here I wanted to say that, as you might know, there was in November 2025 here in Seoul a very successful third Digital Partnership Council. And in these discussions and dialogues, some of the key priorities emerged. So you can see here semiconductors, 6G, quantum technologies, artificial intelligence, data spaces, and cybersecurity. These are not just words and nice memorandum of understanding. It's concrete, ongoing collaboration. There are projects involving partners both in Europe and in South Korea, very active and very successful. Now, there are some key priorities that I hope today we'll discuss. So today our dialogues, our discussions will focus on understanding what are the main challenges, what are the main priorities, but also what are the opportunities to strengthen these bilateral collaborations between Europe and South Korea. And it's very important that the discussion will inject into the dialogue that is ongoing, and that will lead also to the 4th Digital Partnership Council that is planned in the second half of this year in Brussels. So I would like to reiterate that it will be a dense day, so many thanks to all of you. For me, it's a great honor to drive you throughout the agenda today. But before we start with the keynotes, I would like to give the floor to the coordinator of our project, NexusForum.EU, Maria Angeliki from RISE, that coordinate the project. And for the speakers, I would like to anticipate that this podium is the one.
Works great. Thank you, Monique, and good morning, everyone. Warm welcome from my side as well to the Digital Convergence Week here at Yonsei University. This is part of a project, NexusForum.EU, that's rooted in one of the most important questions we are trying to answer in Europe right now. How do we shape our digital future in a world where technology, policy, and geopolitics are deeply intertwined? Thank you. Is it? Yes, great. So just a little bit of background about Europe right now. So artificial intelligence, cloud, edge computing, and the Internet of Things, they're not developing in separate tracks. They are converging in what we are calling the Cloud-Edge-IoT Continuum, which is a distributed computing infrastructure that underpins critical sectors, public services, industrial innovation, and increasingly policy choices. Meanwhile, we have the data from the European Commission that says that nearly 50% of European enterprises still depend on cloud services provided by global hyperscalers. Government agencies and public authorities still entrust their data to these providers. So why NexusForum.EU? The project was launched in 2024 with a clear ambition. We wanted to support the European Commission to deliver an intelligent and resilient network of computing infrastructure. We basically wanted to answer two questions: to pinpoint research and innovation priorities for the EU to focus in the next 10 years. And we also wanted to illustrate the major policies and regulations that actually impact in these domains we're looking at and what can be done to further support them. So, three things I wanted to share with you here today, what we have achieved in the project. Number one, we have provided strategic perspective to the EU. We have identified the emerging trends, structural gaps, and future needs, translating technical developments into policy pathways. A core part of this work has been to develop shared policy and technology roadmaps that reflect what the EU should prioritize and what are the different pathways to get there. With this policy matrix as a baseline, we have illustrated which policies impact on which technology domains and to what extent, while we also have highlighted each technology's maturity level as well as how soon they could and should be integrated in the computing continuum. You're going to hear more about this today and tomorrow, and we also have executive summaries in Korean for you to collect at the registration desk if you're interested to read more about it. Number two, we have also nurtured the European ecosystem, not just the large players, but also SMEs, startups, researchers, and public administrations. Over the past 2 years, our consortium has brought together key stakeholders in research and industry to consolidate their views and their needs and include them in our shared roadmaps. And number 3, we are connecting Europe to the world through international engagement, particularly with partners in South Korea and Japan. We help Europe learn from like-minded countries and identify areas of collaboration to build a sustainable and sovereign digital infrastructure. Partners behind the project, OpenNebula, Technalia, F6S, Martel, Meiji and Yonsei University also hosting us here today. The European Commission and the Swiss Confederation funding this project, and I also want to extend a warm thank you to the EU delegation for the support in organizing this event. So just to wrap this up, my aim, or our aim for this event is to strengthen the EU-South Korea collaboration, promote the alignment of standards and open source strategies and digital policy frameworks. We very much want to exchange with you on quantum, 6G and AI. And I also hope we can see more Korean partners in upcoming EU projects and technology cooperation frameworks. Thank you very much for being part of this event, and I look forward to the discussions ahead.
An applause for our colleague Maria Angeliki, also to wake up, right? So now we move on with our keynotes, and it is my pleasure to start with Mr. Walter van Hattum, I hope I pronounce it correct, Minister, Councillor and Head of the Trade and Economic Section at the EU Delegation to the Republic of Korea. Walter brings decades of experience spanning international trade, economic security and digital cooperation. He has worked for the International Labour Organization in Nigeria as a career diplomat with the Dutch Foreign Service, with Oxfam Novib, and for the European Union. Within the EU institutions, he contributed to the Nuclear Fusion Research Program, ITER, and helped establish a joint undertaking in Barcelona before moving into humanitarian aid, health policy, and EU trade policy. He has been posted in Thailand, Indonesia, and Philippines, and Hong Kong, where he served as head of the trade section of the EU delegations. In August 2024, he was appointed head of the trade and economic section of the EU delegation to the Republic of South Korea. Please, warm applause to welcome on stage Walter. Walter, this is the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. And thank you, Maria Angelica, for the introduction. So there you are. Also thank you, Rainer, who is our digital counselor. So the stuff that I talk about, he knows about, together with Martin. And then special welcome. We have a delegation from the Netherlands, because they want to learn how we do things in Korea. I think the first lesson is that when you organize something on digital, you should not expect a lot of people to be in the room. No, because nowadays you don't need to go physically anymore to a conference to actually pick up the lessons. Huh? Having said that, I would like to say a few words about the EU-Korea sort of relationship, say a bit what we try to do in the European Union, how well you're doing in Korea, and then where this comes together. And given the introduction was already 5 minutes, I'll try to keep it relatively short. But let me start. We are indeed living in a changing world. Huh? I don't need to say that to you. And I think we can actually change our introductions from we are living in a changing world, we are living in a changed world. Huh? Now, I deal a lot with our trade policy. What you see is that in the past we took things for granted, multilateralism, doing things together like we are doing today. Interdependence, how can you actually be dependent from each other in terms of making our agenda go forward. These are foundations that made the EU a success. they're no longer there. Now, what is still constant in this, that between the European Union and Korea, we are actually doing quite okay. You just mentioned, Maria Angelica, you mentioned, do I pronounce your name correctly? Angelica? Great. We do a lot in terms of our partnerships. Our bilateral trade is booming, roughly 120 billion euros worth, with also roughly 95 billion euros worth in respective investments. And this is sort of at par. That means that many European companies find their way to Korea, but the same is for Korean companies finding their way to the European Union. Based on our Green Deal, and it also comes back a bit later on our agenda, the EU and Korea also started what we call a green partnership. How can we help each other to reach these ambitions of 2050 climate neutrality? We concluded a digital trade agreement, a small correction there, it's not yet done. So politically it's concluded last March. This week actually our Commissioner for Trade and Economic Security will be in Seoul for discussions both on trade but also on economic security. And actually he was the one that concluded the agreement last year. It's now being legally scrubbed. That means that our lawyers are looking at the text and we hope that we can have it signed not too long from now. What we are also doing now with Korea is a dialogue on economic security. And I think this is a relatively new thing. And it links a little bit with what we are doing here today. We are moving forward with our digital agendas, with legislation on AI. But what we also see is that geopolitically, these things are no longer sort of the way that they used to be. Now, what I do hope from the forum today, tomorrow, is that we actually can work on making this, thank you, on making this even more substantive. How can you actually, I mean, this looks like a really wonderful university. It's my first time out here. There must be a lot of brain power in here. Now, how can you actually make that connection with European students and researchers? So my talk is yet another talk, but I do hope that the impact of what we are actually doing is that you have joint projects where you can help each other. A few words on the EU. Tech sovereignty, security and democracy, competitiveness as well as economic security are our top priorities. Anyone wants to know what that means, I'm happy to sort of try to get into that. But we also want to be a global tech and digital leader in the world. And for that reason we are actually boosting our investments. I think you saw it already on the screen, on artificial intelligence, 6G, quantum and digital frontier technologies. We are working hard to create the conditions for disruptive innovation, also for startups and scale-ups. And I think this being a university, and one of the colleagues, was it you? No, who was just doing the graduation? No, not you. But one colleague walking around here, he said tomorrow he's got to defend his thesis. Now I do hope that people like that then find themselves actually also being recruited by either European or Korean companies to actually benefit from all that knowledge and experience. Our partnership, we have a new strategy in the EU for international cooperation in the digital space. And we ask for digital partnerships like we have with Korea, but also to establish new ones. Now they cover a couple of areas. One is secure and trusted digital infrastructure and cloud capacity. And I don't think you need to read a lot of the news to see how vulnerable we have become towards bullying or other ways that governments from other countries try to basically influence our decision making. Now, if you put all your digital competence and all your infrastructure in the hands of people that you're not sure will be friends forever, then you have a vulnerability. Digital governance, cybersecurity, and digital public infrastructure are other elements of these partnerships. Now, what does Korea do with us? Korea is one of our closest partners in this journey. Today is an example, not the only one. There's quite a lot of activities going on where we do things together. We have this digital partnership, which was already discussed before. We try to work together on, please use remote controller for the slides. No, I don't have slides. Yeah, no, I take it the audience is I think there will be many slideshows following. But I mean, if there's something that sort of you want to know more, it's a very small group. Please raise your hand and ask the question. And if I don't have the answer, then Rainer there will be helping me. So we try to cover a lot of topics, including artificial intelligence, 6G already mentioned, high performance computing, online platforms, cybersecurity, and quantum technology. Now, at one stage in my career, I worked on fusion, nuclear fusion, and this was a typical example where, because we were not there yet, actually we worked quite a lot together with third countries to make it happen. And I would say we are sort of going to a similar development. The only difference is now that with nuclear fusion, our key partners were China, India, Korea, Japan, US, and I think there was one other. I think today people start thinking, well, who can you still partner up with, that actually the outcome of your intelligence is in safe hands. And there Korea comes in as a very like-minded country with whom we work a lot, not only in Horizon Europe, but also with others. Now, a few words on what we are doing in the EU in terms of cloud and AI development, for which we have an act, which I think will be also part of our discussions today and tomorrow. Now, what we see is that Europe has become overly dependent on third countries for cloud and AI computing services. It's undermining both our competitiveness, but also our digital sovereignty. What we try to do is to have world-class research and development capabilities, part of that in the room today, I hope, as well as a strong industrial basis to help this grow in terms of industry developments. At the same time, we see that with all that research going on and some of our key companies, we also recognize that a lot of the potential remains still to be developed. So there's a lot of untapped potential. Now with this act, we try to sort of work on that. And there we look at three different objectives, lines of work, core pillars, whatever you call it. The first is that we want to make sure that whatever we develop has the best energy efficient technology, including data centers. Now this fares very well also with EU's green policy. On the one hand, we want to become climate neutral, but at the same time we recognize that to actually be able to sort of power all this intelligence, you need a lot of new energy. Now how can you square those two? I think in Europe we are doing quite okay. We are now sort of 50% of our energy comes from renewables. Should be 100% in the future or close to that. But what you see is there's a real uptake both from governments and industry to make this happen. And I think the latest crisis in the Middle East shows again how important it is to have your sort of independence. Second, we try to address the urgent and growing data center capacity gap. So we want to triple EU's data center capacity and sort of work towards that. And then to do that in a way that it doesn't consume all the energy that we have available. We try to harmonize the conditions for investments in data centers across the EU with a focus on sustainable and innovative data centers, ensuring that operators find access to land, finance and energy in the European Union. And then perhaps if I may, Ronald is here who's representing a local government in the Netherlands. So if I ask you, Ronald, can you give me land, finance and energy in Amsterdam? What's your answer? We have it, but it's difficult, no? It's challenging. Huh? So I think for us bureaucrats working for the EU, it's relatively easy to say we need to find access to all these things. If you actually work in a local government, it becomes a real struggle. Huh? It's a data center versus, 1,000 households having access to energy. Thanks, Ronald. Sorry for putting you on the spot, but since you're here. Okay, so how we do that? We try to find a harmonized definition for sovereign cloud and AI computing services. So the standard setting is very important. As well as enabling highly critical sectors across the Union to use such services. It's not only one act, we also have an EU-wide cloud policy for public administration and public procurement. So where we do have economic heaviness in terms of spending power, we also use that to accommodate these policies. What we want to do is to create the conditions to invest in these new infrastructures, to develop software and cloud and AI services, as well as market shares increase. Now, we cannot do this alone, definitely not. I think Korea, in many ways, your government has a very ambitious policy in terms of AI and digital, and it's one reason why personally I'm very happy to be here. I think the EU learns a lot from what's been done in Korea, and actually we want to also capitalize on that. So when we talk about partnerships, it's really a two-way street to see how we can strengthen each other. So the cooperation with Korea is absolutely very important, and I think tomorrow's event, the EU-South Korea Digital Convergence Week, is a very important element to find that collaboration on cloud, edge, Internet of Things, AI and 6G technologies. So I would like to echo my previous speakers that we hope that this forum will provide a platform not only to share knowledge, but also to help build this resilient computing continuum to define our next decade of digital innovation. So with that, it's a bit abstract perhaps. I think some of you might have questions, happy to take them. But if not, I'm really looking forward and wishing you a very successful Digital Convergence Week. Thank you, and Gamza Apnida. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Walter, are there questions? Not in the immediate, so thank you very much.
Well, maybe I have a question. No?
Sure.
So what brings you here? Sort of what is your, what do you want to get out of this after 2 days? Any volunteers? Just for my own, because when I was sort of doing this speech, and thanks colleagues for preparing, but I also felt it's very abstract, no? We're talking about policies, about cooperation, but now some of you came here to get something out of it, no? Yeah, please, go ahead. Maybe you say who you are and then you bring your question. Do you need a mic?
Hello.
Hello.
Do you hear me? Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah, my name is Thomas Olsson Temudas. I'm a researcher in RISE, Research Institutes of Sweden. So I'm part of the project Nexus Forum. And personally, I'm curious about what's happening here, learning a little bit more about what are researchers and industry thinking about in Korea, and building collaborations with people here. It's a chance to meet
Thank
people.
you.
Yeah.
So you traveled from Sweden to Korea for this?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay, excellent. Yeah. No, I think, I mean, definitely very good to come out to Korea. I think it's a very impressive country when it comes to research and also public policies in this area. I think the one thing where, so you meet your fellow colleagues here, do cooperate, also ask the questions, because some of the concerns we have in Europe on economic security, where we basically started the presentation, is also a concern of Korea. And I think the research community, if I may say so, but Rainer will probably talk about that a bit later, tends to be a bit naive still. We want to share knowledge, we want to do things together. A lot of our universities are very open, also in Europe, for students from all over the world. And the question is how much of that can continue when you talk really about, well, some of these objectives, sovereignty, protection of data privacy, things like that. So maybe something while you are in Korea, because Korea really champions this. Korea also has a very strong relationship with both the US and China, and I think that's also reflected in the research programs. So also good to ask some of these questions, how your colleagues sort of deal with that on a day-to-day business. Yeah. But thanks for coming out here. And I see another question. Thank you. Yeah, we need to move on.
Because we have another keynote speaker that might have to leave afterwards.
Sorry,
Thank you.
last question.
Then very quick,
Apologies
because questions were, you wanted questions,
Yeah,
so, you know,
excellent.
to wake up the room a bit more.
Thank you.
And this will be a rehearsal for me, because I'm trying to make this point also in my talk a little bit later on. But you're saying that we're talking about digital sovereignty at a kind of theoretical or abstract level. And I think for me, it's really an opportunity to bring that down actually to what it would mean concretely, actually, in terms of, I think we see in Europe that there are steps now to try to operationalize digital sovereignty. And I think there's a lot of focus on the European preference or buy European, and whether we should extend this notion of EU to sort of more working with like-minded partners. And I think for this really to work out, we need to see that these abstract ambitions or concerns actually lead to some collaborations that will make a meaningful change in the marketplace. You know, Europe is really, you know, these policies are always motivated by the fact that we have such, you know, that the US hyperscalers have such a large part of the European cloud market, and that they are dominating when it comes to data centers, etc. So could we actually combine forces with Korea and other countries to shift that number in some way? That's the thing that I would like to see, if it's possible to move from this abstract level to actual collaborations that will change this sort of market share. Yeah.
No, and I think we can. I think with Korea, I think the one thing where Korea is very strong is in its industrial policy. So they also see how to actually capitalize on some of these developments for the own economy, and that's fair enough. I mean, everybody looks after themselves. Where Europe tends to be a bit more like we want to be a global standard setter. So we go out there and we do our thing, but maybe we should also think a little bit more about what does this mean for European citizens and industry. The other part where I see the Korean, well, I mean, there's Koreans in the room who can sort of correct me on that, but Korean civil society can be very sort of assertive as well. So I think where you see a lot of concern with European citizens about the strong powers of, you talk about Facebook and things like that, I think you could probably find similar concerns here as well. Then how that comes together in a joint sort of economic security agenda, that remains a bit to be seen, because we also have different sort of geopolitical interests sometimes. Huh? I don't know if that answers the question. I do see the challenge, so I'm a bureaucrat. I have with me a 14-year-old high school student, Yveske, welcome. When I was trying to understand my own writing or my own speeching, I find it difficult, and I think it's partly a generational thing, because this is really something where my generation, with the exception of Rainer, sort of finds it difficult to understand the sort of quick and dynamic developments. And then it's also partly about being in the EU, you work a lot on policy level and much less on sort of the concrete business level. Huh? And I think for those people here from industry, it's also important that you sort of reach out to bring the business dimension to us, the policy makers, on these cases.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you, Walter. Thank you. A big applause to our speaker, to our first keynote speaker. As now it's our privilege to hear from Mr. Kong Jin Ho. If you can move to stage, please. Mr. Kong Jin Ho is a South Korean government official currently serving as a director in the Ministry of Science and ICT. As of early 2025, he was recognized for his role in shaping artificial intelligence policies and digital transformation strategies within Korea's technology sector. As of late 2025, the Ministry of Science and ICT of Korea established the AI Policy Office, restructuring its departments to focus on AI legal systems and infrastructure. Director Kong Ji-ho oversees the AI Policy Planning Division under the newly elevated AI Policy Office, and his team is responsible for designing national AI strategies. Welcome on stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kong Jin-ho, Director of the AI Policy Planning Division at the Ministry of Science and ICT. It's my great pleasure to be here at the Nexus Forum, particularly at Yonsei University, where I graduated from. Today, I'd like to share Korea's journey, how we are moving beyond our reputation as an ICT powerhouse to become a global AI leader and the strategic steps we are taking to get there. First, I will start with the paradigm shift we are seeing in AI, then move to our current landscape, and finally dive into three strategic pillars of our policy. If we look back just 10 years, the world was stunned by the match between AlphaGo and Isidore. At the time, there was a mix of excitement and uncertainty. We all wondered, can AI truly outperform human intuition? Since then, the evolution of AI has moved at a pace that has exceeded every expectation. Starting with ChatGPT, we are rapidly transitioning into the era of agentic AI and physical AI. This is not just a technological upgrade. It's a fundamental transformation of our civilization. Experts worldwide agree. AI is like industrial revolution. It is reshaping not just industries, but national security and the global geopolitical landscape. In other words, AI has become a core factor for any nation's long-term resilience. This is why Korea has made becoming a global AI power a top national priority. But why does leadership matter so much? Because AI has become a critical strategic resource. Recent global events like military use of AI or export restriction of GPU show us that AI is already a key player in ensuring security and sovereignty. Securing independence of AI competitiveness is no longer just a global business goal. It is about ensuring the technological autonomy of future generations. Now, let's take a look at where Korea stands today. Korea has great potential. While we recognize the lead held by the US and China, Korea's momentum in global benchmarks is steadily rising. This is why leaders like NVIDIA's Jensen Huang have recognized Korea as a leading sovereign AI nation. This potential is translating into real results. Driven by our sovereign AI initiative, 5 of our foundation models were recently recognized as notable global AI models, and international institutions now see Korea as a definitive contender for the global top 3. What makes Korea unique is our AI full-stack ecosystem. We are one of the few nations that integrates everything from HBM memory chips by giants like Samsung or SK to innovative AI chips from our startups, all the way to our own foundation models. This vertically integrated structure creates powerful synergy. Of course, we are clear-eyed about hurdles ahead. We still face a technological gap, and the global competition for top-tier talent is tougher than ever. Furthermore, with over 90% of AI infrastructure concentrated in a few regions, the pressure is on. However, we don't just see these as challenges. We see this as a window of opportunity. This is why Korea is acting with a sense of urgency, mobilizing every resource to ensure we remain at the forefront of this wave. So how are we translating this urgency into action? Let me take you through our 3 strategic pillars. Our roadmap is built on first, AI ecosystem, second, national AX, finally, global AI partnership. First, we are building the highways of AI era. We aim to secure 260,000 advanced GPUs by 2030, with the government already purchasing thousands of GPUs and building a national AI computing center. But it's not just about the numbers. As one startup CEO recently shared after gaining GPU access, this was a dream come true for our team. Our mission is to ensure that every researcher and startup has the fuel they need to innovate. Next, we are accelerating our own foundation models, but our focus is not just on a raw performance. It's about sovereignty and accessibility. We want to ensure that AI is a tool that benefits our every citizen, providing a diverse range of models that can serve specific public and social needs. At the heart of all this is people. We are transforming our higher education to be AI-centric because we believe AI is now a fundamental skill as essential as literacy. We are investing $1 billion to attract global experts while nurturing our young researchers. Also, we are holding national AI challenges for everyone, from students to experts. The true value of AI is proven when it enters the real world. In the industrial sector, we are launching flagship projects in robotics and next-generation mobility, manufacturing, and shipbuilding. Regionally, we are investing $2.3 billion to create 4 specialized clusters: Daegu, Jeonbuk, Gyeongnam, and Gwangju. We want AI to drive growth in every corner of our nation. In the public sector, we are building an AI-first government. This means using AI to improve the quality of public services, making the government more efficient, transparent, and responsive to our citizens. Finally, we want to emphasize AI for science. We have officially entered the era of the co-scientist. AI is no longer just a calculator. It's a researcher colleague that sends hypotheses and design experiments alongside humans. Through our K-Moonshot project, we are applying AI for science to high-impact fields like biotech, carbon neutrality, and physical AI. By integrating AI into 4 pillars, Korea is building a living AI lab that spans the entire nation. Finally, our global strategy. Korea aims to be a strategic hub for global AI cooperation, especially in the Asia-Pacific region. Major global players like NVIDIA and BlackRock are already recognizing our potential. Beyond this partnership, we are expanding our reach into the Middle East, ASEAN, and of course, EU nations. As we broaden these horizons, Korea is not just looking for partners. We are preparing to become the central point where all these innovations gather. This brings us to our next strategic vision, positioning Korea as the strategic AI hub for Asia-Pacific. As you know, the Asia-Pacific is one of the most dynamic and fastest growing regions in the world. Korea sits at the heart of this region, offering a unique blend of world-class hardware infrastructure and a deep-rooted culture of innovation. But more importantly, we offer trust. We are building an environment where AI isn't just fast, but responsible. Our goal is simple yet bold: to create our global AI hub where the East and West coverage and where innovation is always anchored in safety. We want Korea to be a place where global community comes together to define the next chapter of AI era. This brings me to the final chapter. To illustrate this, I'd like to share a story about our national passion in Korea, baseball. Recently, we introduced our automated robot umpire to help call balls and strikes like VAR in football games. But does this mean human referee is no longer needed? Take a look at this image. On the left, you see our AI system. It has already made its decision, but notice the status of waiting for human input. Why is it waiting? Because on the right, the human referee is taking a moment to clean the home plate by hand. He's doing this to give a player a few more seconds to greet the fans after a long absence, or perhaps to let the tension of a big moment settle. The AI can calculate the strike zone with high accuracy, but it cannot feel the moment. Only a human can understand the respect, the empathy, and the emotions that make the game meaningful. This is at the core of our KAI blueprint. We are not just building cold, efficient algorithms. We want a future of human in the loop, where AI waits for us, respects for our values, and empowers our humanity rather than repressing it. Our vision is not only top tier in AI performance, but also top tier in its warmth and responsibility of AI. Let's build this human-centered AI future together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there questions? If not, many thanks again for being here. I hope you can stay a little bit longer. We will have a coffee break where maybe you can have further discussion. It is my pleasure now to welcome on stage Sachiko Muto from RISE. She will give us more detail on digital policy in a nutshell, and she will also give us more insight into sovereignty in motion. So thank you, everyone, to take back your seats. I should remind that here we are not allowed to eat and drink coffee. And also, I forgot before, please switch off your phone, I mean, at least the ringtone. And I also wanted to inform you that we are filming, we are recording the session, so that you are informed. So now I give back the floor to Sachiko, and many thanks to all of you for your attention.
Thank you, Monique, and I think it was the right choice to have the coffee break beforehand. So the little thing that we were doing there, that's actually for after my talk. We will be asking a few questions from the audience to have input, so you can already be ready for that. There's going to be a QR code. I'll ask 4 questions, which is going to be fed into some of our policy recommendations that we are giving as part of this project. And so I resisted using slides for many years, actually, and I think that Walter's presentation this morning gave me confidence to maybe go back to that. Actually, already looking forward to somebody saying, we can't see your slides, and I'm like, there are no slides. So, because I think that the reason to come to an event like this is actually to have a conversation. So sometimes I feel like now I'm bound to using my slides, but the value of being here in the room is actually to listen to the speakers that have come before and to actually sort of engage in a conversation there. So I'm going to be talking about a deliverable that we have as part of this project. There is the research part, and there's also a policy roadmap. And I didn't choose this this title for the speech, and I think. Actually, if I had seen that, I would have shown up to the event, because if I could have sort of EU digital policy in a nutshell in sort of 15 minutes before lunch, then it could be quite useful in Brussels. But because there's actually kind of a sort of debate raging in Brussels, I think, in the last year or so, or actually since about the publication of the Draghi report, is, you know, are we actually over-regulating? Should the EU move into something more akin to what we have seen in other places, such as Korea? And so I'm not going to talk about all the digital policy aspects that we cover in our roadmap. There is a possibility to read the roadmap. It's published on the website of the project. I think also, Maria-Angelique, you showed a slide showing all the sort of the policy landscape, and there are a lot of policies, and there have been concerns about both the implementation, the enforcement, and also sort of whether, and I'm not an anti-regulation person, but whether the amount of regulatory burden is hampering innovation. And this is the kind of conversation that you often hear in Brussels. But I think it has, since the publication of the Draghi report, has actually led to a shift, probably a pretty strong shift, actually, from regulation to something which will look more like an interventionist industrial strategy. And so want to focus my presentation on this shift, which is still happening. There's an upcoming package called the sort of sovereignty, tech sovereignty package, actually. Walter mentioned the Cloud and AI Development Act, which is part of that. And what it means for these kinds of collaborations that we could have with countries like Korea. Because, like I said in my question, there's an opportunity to involve partners like Korea for real, in a way that actually shifts the market. And I think that it's the outcome of these sorts of meetings, whether they actually lead to concrete collaboration, will actually change whether, you know, whether we move towards more Fortress Europe, or we actually sort of resign ourselves to accepting the sort of dependencies that we have today. And so basically, with the second mandate of von der Leyen and the new commissioner for digital sovereignty, we are seeing a real focus on digital sovereignty in Europe. And there's been a discussion for several years, but we're finally seeing how that might operationalize. And so for many years, anytime you go to a conference or an event that focus on cloud policy, you'd see this, the image there on the left, which shows the growth of the cloud market and then the relative decline of European players, their market share in that. And that was the impetus for a lot of the policy that we saw around cloud edge for many years. And of course, since we have entered this sort of AI era, there is also this new graphic that you see a lot, which talks about the fact that we're also falling behind when it comes to data center and computing power in Europe. And so that's sort of the background that's driving this. And, you know, I'm not going to go into the whole geopolitical tension and what has been sort of mainly a kind of an innovation and economic sort of impetus has now become a geopolitical imperative as well. And that's where you will see that the topic of digital sovereignty has gone right up to the highest political level of the discussion in Europe. And so this upcoming tech sovereignty package, what do we know about it? We heard a little bit about it this morning, and it's meant to we already had the sort of the Data Act, the Digital Markets Act, actually already imposes regulatory pressure on cloud providers. But what we're seeing here now is a shift to creating the market conditions that will actually change this situation that we have with 65 to 70% of the EU cloud market controlled by US hyperscalers, and actually we're talking about three companies that represent this 65 to 70%. And we also lacking, and this is something that has come from this geopolitical shift, we are seeing that we are lacking this possibility for critical use cases to have a truly sovereign cloud solution. And then again, spurred by this focus on AI, we want to see, or we're expecting to see, something around how we can really accelerate data center build out in Europe, which is lagging behind. We'll also see something termed the CHIPS Act 2.0. There was a report recently showing how the EU in its first CHIPS Act set a target of having 20% share in the global market value chain by 2030, I think, and we are behind, we're off pace there. And so the thing that I spend my time usually talking about is this this open source strategy, because this digital sovereignty discussion in Europe, which we haven't heard about, I think, yet today, is really putting a focus on open source for the first time, I think, at this level of political interest since forever. And this is really, my background is in open source policy. I've been focusing on this for the last 20 years. And focusing on the sort of the dangers of being locked into proprietary vendors and being in a sort of that have a sort of monopolistic position in the marketplace. And what I've seen is that for the first time this is becoming politically salient. And so we'll see that that future digital sovereignty policy will bet a lot on openness. And this is important also for ensuring that digital sovereignty doesn't just mean by European proprietary technologies, but by technologies based on open source, which also allows for the participation in global innovative ecosystems. Finally, we'll have this roadmap for digitalization in energy, and this is important because there is a kind of inherent tension in, I think this morning we heard Walter talk about this green partnership as well, and obviously everybody knows that we're talking about increased computing power, build out of data center. This is going to have a huge impact on energy consumption, and so this is going to be an important area for such a policy to really, I guess, deal with this sort of tension. What does it mean? How can we expand our computing power and at the same time honor our commitments when it comes to energy and climate? And so how will this digital sovereignty be operationalized in these upcoming policies? I think we are at a critical moment, which is why I want to spend sort of this time talking a little bit about that, because Walter talked about digital sovereignty being a kind of a theoretical or abstract term, but we're seeing actually since I would say October last year, we are seeing some indications on how this actually will be operationalized by the European Commission. And this cloud sovereignty framework was something that the Commission put out for its own procurement procedure for a sovereign cloud solution. But it should really be seen as a way to test the water. And from what I understand, The idea is that this will also, parts of this will also be shaping the Cloud and AI Development Act, and also be reflected in future a future revision of the Public Procurement Directive, which is also coming in 2026. So a lot of things happening in 2026 around sovereign procurement, around sovereign cloud solutions, etc. And this is where I promised Monique I would gain a bit of time, because I added slides on public procurement, which is something I can talk about in my sleep, even when I'm jet lagged, but I don't think that it's necessary. But what is important for me here is that you see the Commission defining sovereign cloud across different, what should we call them? Aspects, or I forget the term now, but there are different, not pillars, I already used that term, but you understand what I mean. They have strategic sovereignty, they have operation sovereignty, they have supply chain sovereignty across these different dimensions. That's the term I was looking for. The important thing to see here is that you see that the Commission has actually thought quite deeply about what could sovereignty look like? And I was among the people really welcoming this, this framework, because it's not just saying buy European or we're going to make everything in-house. It's about understanding what it means to have a choice and to have control over your digital assets. And the thing that's interesting for us today, I think, is that it mentions EU a lot. So it talks about the jurisdiction, it talks about investment in European jobs, it talks about capacity of EU operators, an EU-based talent pool, etc. And it also talks a lot about open source. But the interesting thing about this is that what does it mean, made in Europe? And we already saw there is a kind of competing messaging saying, well, we should talk about made with Europe and not only made in Europe. And what does it mean? Are we, if we insist on European ownership, are we blocking investment into European companies? What does it mean? So there has been a really, actually quite a heated debate, and it's still ongoing. And I think this is probably why we are seeing a delay in some of these, in the sovereignty, the tech sovereignty package, because there are different views about this. And this has important implications for Korea. I just did this last night, a few a few clippings. It was around the reaction for when the EU published a proposal for the Industry Accelerator Act, which for the first time, I think for Europe, also put this made in Europe concretely on the table in a proposal. And it started talking about targets for electric vehicles. That was the thing that really, and batteries and things like that, having 65% or whatever of this to be sort of assembled in Europe, all these things. And it created a concern among some of the closest partners of the EU, including Korea, including UK and Japan. And the result from that reaction is actually that in the draft that came out, the term European preference actually also includes countries that the EU has sort of close agreements with and sort of are seen as like-minded. But again, there is an expectation that keeping this sort of sovereign procurement market open to these partners should be based on a certain level of reciprocity. And So my final 2 slides, I want to talk a little bit about that. What does it mean? For me, it is important that digital sovereignty doesn't just stop at some level of at an abstract level. We are seeing movements now in Europe to take this seriously, to put money on the table. And my personal opinion is that Europe cannot do it alone. We will not shift this, we will not shift the market, break our dependence on US hyperscalers without, we cannot get there as fast as we can without finding other like-minded partners, and to some extent, partners that are that can teach us something and that are ahead in some respects. And so again, this is the point that Walter made this morning. We can also learn something from Korea. And Korea, of course, I think Monique already mentioned these things, is in a great position to partner with Europe because of the mutual adequacy agreement on the free flow, on the private, data privacy, the digital trade agreement, and also now Korea having become the first country, Asian country to be able to participate in Horizon Europe projects. So, and there are existing collaborations to build on, and we'll hear from about some of those in the next couple of days. I'm not going to go into that, but again, my wish is to see some of these collaborations really, again, translate into a change in some of those, in the 2 graphs that I showed earlier in my presentation. And it really means that, will Korean companies invest in chip production in Europe? Will we see, what are the Korean cloud providers? Are they bidding for public procurement contracts in Europe? This is actually something that somebody came to me just recently. They said, why don't we see Korean and Japanese cloud providers, trying to sell cloud solutions to European policy institutions? And this is the sort of thing that I would like to see happen. So it's really great to see these kind of research collaborations, and there are more opportunities there. There's also joint dialogues, etc. But I would like, and I think this is what we've seen also in the joint declaration between EU and Korea late last year, is really how do we move from this kind of policy dialogue into further integration between among industry players as well. And again, I'm not an expert on Korea. I would like to know more. I've only, can only see that there are strengths that Korea has, and maybe in areas where Europe is falling behind. And it might be in specific areas of technology. Obviously, Europe is playing catch up when it comes to chips, and whereas Korea is already a major player in this area. And but where I think we can also learn is not just on the technology level, but more at a societal level, where Europe is moving into kind of new territory to some extent, at least for the European Union. And I just, during the coffee, we talked about that individual member states might be more used to working, having close relationships with government and its domestic industry. But for the European Union, having focused on the creating and completing of the internal market, there's been a kind of a pressure, or kind of a tendency to to move away from having such close relationships to domestic industry or European industry. There isn't a kind of a natural relationship between European institutions and if we look at European industry as a whole. So there I think we can also learn about some of those paths to market relevance. And I think, you know, Europe has done really well when it comes to, and is leading, I think, especially in the research area. And so one of the areas I looked at just recently is on quantum computing, you know, where, you know, academically and when it comes to research, Europe is leading. But how do we translate that into, you know, you know, how do we do tech transfer, actually? That's something that I talked to a colleague the other day, which is normal in the US and I think in some Asian countries, that, you know, there's a strong relationship between research and bringing to market. And that's not just it's not a cultural thing, it has to do with institutions. What's the path? And there I think Europe needs to build, and that's where we can, we're in a position to learn. So that's, I think that's my presentation. And we're going to move to, well, I didn't put my face up there again. That's, this is where we want to have some input. And this part I have volunteered. The questions were prepared by Technalia, one of the partners that's also leading the work package on the policy roadmap, and so have asked me to orchestrate this a little bit, and that's where we already ran into a bit of an issue. Thank you, Tayana, for helping with this. Let's see here now. Have you all scanned this? I didn't see everybody's phone up. I need to scan this. There's going to be 4 questions. The first one's going to be on data flows. Everybody has the text is also in Korean, and I cannot vouch for the accuracy. Wait. Oh. Okay, now I need to switch to the thing. Sorry. It's going to be fast now. I just need to find the... I just need to go to the web, the browser. Yeah. Right. And this should work. Oh. It's not there. Oh, okay. Great. Is everybody voting? The first question is around trusted EU-Korea data flows, and it had to do with this opportunity that comes from the adequacy decision, really. So how can we shape these data flows between the EU and Korea to support both sides' technological sovereignty? And yes, you can choose more than one, and everybody agrees that allowing broader cross-border data use for AI and analytics with aligned privacy security rules, which I think this is what is already possible. There's also R&D, and then, yes. There's also some support for maintaining strict localization for critical workloads, but okay, they're not mutually exclusive, because I think what we're hoping to see indeed is that I heard discussion in the during the break about sort of these data spaces, etc. Again, what I want to emphasize is that it's about also seeing if we can, if if having these, if we can actually encourage digital trade between EU and Korea, based on the fact that there is that we have removed some of these concerns around data flows. Great. So I'll move to the next one. Okay, everybody's already ahead. And this, of course, has to do with everybody in the room, how you're here. So I guess that means that you care about you know, having a structure for EU-Korea collaboration. And here we're talking about exchanges, we're talking about shared, you know, access to research funding, etc. Okay. Third question. Which instruments should we prioritize? Quite evenly spread. Okay, something actually I didn't talk about yet, but I think we'll hear from about, you know, over these next 2 days, for sure has to do with jointly funded pilots. And I didn't talk about pilots, but I think it's important to talk about research pilots and then scale up and then, you know, beyond. So that's obviously an important step. Okay, final question has to do with this issue that I mentioned in my presentation, focused a lot on how do we, you know, work to reduce this this dependency really on a few global hyperscalers. Okay. There. Oh, I like that. Develop an open federated ecosystem of many EU and Korean providers based on open source and open standards. Didn't talk so much about this, but for me, this is really where I see the future as well. I'm an open source advocate, been for more than 20 years, and it really is where I feel that you have seen the power of what you know, global innovation could look like, which can also translate into to local jobs, skills, innovation that you can, and which gives the user control without blocking or the door to global innovation. So for me, personally, I think this is the way. And I think that if I can just allow myself to say one thing about open source collaboration, it's really important that we have seen in open source really the first truly successful instance of open innovation. And part of that has to do with the fact that innovation is permissionless, which is guaranteed by the open source license. And it's really important when we look at overcoming these barriers, cultural barriers, for example, that in open source you can innovate without entering into negotiation, without asking anybody permission. And this really can help entering into this kind of global collaboration because, as we all know, there can be cultural language barriers that would stop us from actually building on top or entering, looking at what others have done, and it's easier than to you know, just reinventing the wheel. And I think we can't afford to do that. Thank you. I'm on time, right? Right on time, yeah. So okay, thank you for your participation.
Big applause to Sachiko.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for the insights. And for these results, we will elaborate further. It's part of the planned report out of today's discussions. And now we will have a panel, so we will put some chairs on stage. And I ask if it's possible to put the slide with the name of the speakers for the panel one. And I would like to invite on stage Rainer Wessely, EU delegation to Republic of Korea, Ko Yoon Seok, Vice President of the National Information Society Agency. Please come on stage. Tomasz Wierzbowski, I hope I said that correct, from Euraxess, representative to the Republic of Korea, and then Mr. Daeyeon Cho from Seoul National University. Please come on stage. If we can put the slide on the back. Exactly, very good. Rainer, yes, you can sit wherever you want, please. I will sit on the side with the questions.
Oh, sorry, we have to, okay.
Okay, it's easier. Like this, it's easier. So I have half of the audience on stage, basically. So these chairs are moving, so watch out, okay? And actually, yes, the light is bothering.
A little bit here?
Yeah, maybe we can move forward very carefully, very carefully.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so we switch off. Okay, you know who we are. So since I didn't read through your biographies, I would prefer that you introduce yourself. So I would start with you, and then you say a few words to introduce all the panelists.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Daeyeon from Seoul National University. My major is civil engineering, so it is really related to the data science and digital engineering nowadays. But actually, I was working in the area of infrastructures and transportation and the smart cities. So actually, I developed some ideas. For example, I focus on the social responsibility of engineering to society. Nowadays, AI is make great impact. So I would like to share some ideas here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you can pass on the mic, because can we have the other mic as well here? Then we can have two at least. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Everybody's excited? Okay. My name is Ian Ko, and I'm a vice president of National Information Society Agency. And my company is doing all public goods, for example, all e-government related policies, e-government service development, and now we are moving toward AI policy and AI service development for the public sector. And today, I really would like to focus on what kind of topics or what kind of subjects we can collaborate with the European countries, because so far we didn't have much close relationship with the European countries. I don't know why. Maybe it's too far, but you know, we have very good relationship with the United States. I don't think distance really matters, but I really would like to find what kind of things we can, you know, work together. That's my goal to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rainer, please.
Thank you very much.
Maybe switch off. Yeah.
Well, still switched off. You take this one. Thank you very much, Rainer Wessely. So we can already reduce the distance if you want. Rainer Wessely, I'm Digital and Research and Science Counselor at the EU delegation here in Seoul since 1.5 years. I actually come with a slightly different background. I'm a lawyer by nature, and spent the last 6 years before coming here in Washington, D.C., working at our EU delegation there on justice and antitrust cooperation. But now in my function here, I take care of our digital partnership, of which we already heard a lot this morning, and of our research cooperation, in particular under Horizon Europe, and I think also about that we're going to hear a bit later from other speakers, and one of them is Tomasz.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Tomasz and I represent Euraxess initiative. That's the European Commission-backed program to promote Europe as a research destination for Korea-based scientists and researchers. And basically my tool to promote European research area is Horizon Europe. I will talk about it later, so I will not spoil the moment. I have presentation at 3 p.m. Please stay with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. So, shortening distance, it's very important, creating impact, create concrete collaborations. Now, also in light of the outcomes of the third Digital Partnership Council, across semiconductor, AI, quantum, and data, where do you see the strongest strategic alignment between EU and South Korea, and what do you think are the biggest gaps to close? Would you want to go first?
Maybe in the last slide of, I'm not sure the exact name of RISE lady. Yeah, Miki. Yeah. So she mentioned about the strengths of Korea's, for example, the alignment of government and industry and research areas. I agreed about it. So you know, the Korea has a short, in a short time we have a great, it's a growth, economic growth, and the industrialization of our country in the world, and especially semiconductor powerhouses, right? But we are struggling about, you know, the it's a foundry semiconductor with TSMC, and AI semiconductor is also. So our government focused on the strategy, national strategy about semiconductor and AI sovereignty and AI service also. So our new government is make some cheer up and sometimes give some incentives for the startup companies nowadays. So that is the strength of our country. The short time we make some good achievement and improvement. So thinking about the long history of European countries, the industrialization, and nowadays the federation is experience will be helpful for our country, because we act very fast, but we think reader than the European countries. I think European is very considerate, but they hesitate to select something. But Korea has a good experience about the trial and error, and then we go forward. That is our strength. So that is the good point of federation between the Korea and the European countries. That's right.
Thank you very much. Would you like to add?
I do have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's think about, I mean, why do we have to collaborate? What for? And then we have to think what kind of field. So nowadays, we really have to think about AI, right? Without AI, we have nothing to talk about, even this point. So my focus probably would be, first of all, semiconductor, and second, 6G, of course. We need network for AI. Then third one is AI itself, algorithms, right? And then data. That's 4 topics that I would like to focus, but there's one limitation for one subject, which is semiconductor. I mean, when we we need to have mutual winnings, you know, there must be give and take, right? So at this moment, I'm not really sure what kind of give and takes we can have for semiconductors at this moment, because we are struggling for AI semiconductors, and I think EU countries are kind of struggling as well. So it's very difficult to trade something for semiconductors, but algorithms. Some European countries are doing fantastic jobs on algorithms, so we can exchange. In Korea, data especially. Over the last 10 years, Korea invested about $2 billion on data only to create data ecosystems. So, we can talk or collaborate on data as well. So those are kind of areas. For example, 6G, and second thing is algorithm, and third one is, of course, data. Those are three topics we can, find a lot of, collaborations and co-work and do many things. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Rainer, do you want to add anything specifically to this
Of course.
point? Thank you.
And I think you already identify a number.
Yeah, it works.
It works. Strange. You already identified a number of very interesting fields there. I would like to start on a positive note. I think over the last 3-4 years in the digital partnership, we have gone a long way. We really started with a blank sheet, and we had to first map, understand the settings, understand our respective regulations, our research communities. And if you look where we are now, already in semiconductors, actually we have a very, very lively cooperation in research, as Sachiko already alluded to. We have a very good research cooperation in 6G and AI. I think we are getting there. In quantum, the research cooperation is advancing quickly. So I think in that space we already made huge steps, but very much in line with the focus of the whole event organized by Nexus Forum today. I think the next step is how to make that sustainable, how to make that long-lasting in terms of industry cooperation. And that is, as we see, a very nitty-gritty development, because you really have to dive into the respective technologies, into the respective industries, and to connect and matchmake industries in Europe. But on a positive note still, I think all the geopolitical situation that we are facing today has shown us that it's in both our interest, and I clearly see signs also on the Korean side that not relying only on the US as main and only cooperation partner is an element that is getting more and more important. So I think all in all we're in a good position to go ahead.
Thank you.
Just to add to what Rainer said, and a little bit to zoom out and a little bit challenge you, probably, does it have to be so transactional, give and take? Couldn't it be a win-win situation? I mean, do we have to trade semiconductors for something else? And to zoom out, I would add space also as a priority area. And as Rainer mentioned already, geographically distant, yes, Europe is geographically distant, but as was mentioned in the morning, like-minded partners with shared values. Europe is a natural and neutral partner for Korea. So this cooperation can fit into this geopolitical challenge that Korea is facing between two elephants in the room that I will not necessarily mention. And I would dare to say that Europe is strong in basic science, and Korea is very strong in applied science. And this makes this cooperation very natural, and I believe there might be a win-win situation in this collaboration in general, but just to add space, I would add to semiconductors, 6G, and those topics you mentioned.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to pass to specific questions also because of time reasons, but we will come back to some general questions. Actually, I would like to ask Rainer, if it's possible, to tell us more about the mutual recognition of AI conformity assessment. Especially this has become of very high relevance after the November Digital Council. And I think there are quite a few regulatory hurdles to be addressed to create this AI regulatory bridge. Can you tell us more about what's going on and what are the main opportunities and challenges?
Sure. So in AI and mutual recognition, I think that is indeed one of the priority areas, also because we're looking into developing models together. For that, again, we started very much with a mapping exercise to understand our respective regulatory framework. We have an excellent cooperation with the AI Safety Institute, not only with MSIT, but the AI Safety Institute in particular has been doing an exercise of a line-by-line comparison between our European framework, which is the AI Act, and the Korean framework, which is the AI Basic Act, and not only on a high level, but also on the level of the implementation regulation. Based on that, I think we see that there are more commonalities than differences, and even if we in Europe we would speak about, for example, high-risk AI, and in Korea we would talk about high-impact AI, in the end we're talking about the same underlying assessments. And there, the dialogue now leads us to a point where we say, couldn't we look into, when you assess in Europe certain models, we want to learn from your failures and your assessments to do the same here in Korea and the other way around. So it is a very lively ongoing debate in that space, and I think ultimately that will feed into, as you are aware, the standard setting as well. We have now Senseledec looking into the first standards for high-risk AI. That is an ongoing process, and again, I think the experience that we see and comes from Korea will feed into that process. And in an ideal future, we would see standards that are aligned, so that we know that when one model is accepted and evaluated in one jurisdiction, it will also be available to spread in the other.
Thank you very much. Then I would like to pass to Koyun Seok. I hope I pronounced correctly your name.
Yes, it is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to spend a couple of words about the EU data space model. Korea is benchmarking the EU data space model to build its domestic data ecosystem. What are the main challenges in adapting European governance framework, particular language, agriculture aspects, healthcare, to Korea's regulatory and market context?
Okay, I think it is a very crucial moment for everybody, because everybody's talking about algorithm instead of data, but once you have algorithm, what are you going to teach for the algorithm, right? That's data, right? It's exactly the same as the students, right? When we build a school, then we have students, then you need textbooks. That's exactly what the data is. And then, as I said, the Korean government seriously took a step for the data. So Korea's data ecosystem in public sector, we have 3 data platforms. The first one is Open Government Data Platform. We accumulated about 1,000 yes, yes, many. Then we have second data platform is 21 domain-centric big data platforms. That's very much similar to data space in Europe. And the third one is AI Hub, which we created about 900 data sets for AI training. And one data set you need to take about 15 hours to download. The most popular data set last time was 50 hours to download. That's a lot. And so what we would like to benchmark from European country, EU, is data space. And we would like to upgrade our big data to 21 domain-centric big data platforms to the platform like EU. The difference between Korea's big 21 domain-centric big data platforms, and EU data space is basically, Korean big data platforms are a government lead, very much centralized big data platforms. So government put all the data and regulations, and we would like to lead. Of course, when we create those data platforms, we said customer-based, but still we need a lot of more data for the platforms. But when I see, data space, it's very user-friendly and customized data you're looking for, and you can trade very freely. That's what the idea is, and that's what we would like to take the concept from. Okay.
Thank you very much. Since we're talking about data spaces, I have a question for you, Dayon. As data spaces interoperability progresses, how can we ensure that the benefits reach SMEs and startups on both sides rather than primarily large corporations?
Thank you. Actually, nowadays I am planning the national strategy of data space in the area of the infrastructure and transportation and the landscape. So based on my experience in the COVID-19 times, I was a chief director of a national smart city strategic program. So we were developing some data of system in smart cities. The smart city is a system of systems. We think about the connectedness of various data in one data system. So we developed a prototype of data hub 2019, end of 2019. But the COVID-19 is happened in the early 2020. So we tried some model for epidemiological investigation system. So it was very successful because it takes traditionally 1 day, but we shortened 10 minutes to 10 minutes. The secret of the system is to connect the heterogeneous data from is a credit card center and the telecommunication data. So we connect more than 28 heterogeneous data in one site by approval by our police department. But it is very exceptional because of there is a strong act relating to the infectious disease prevention law. They are free to use personal data on that times because we think about the balancing point between the public goods and personal privacy. So we have made some successful case. Based on these cases, I would like to expand the methodology and structure and framework of data system of smart cities to the industrial area, other areas. So nowadays we focus on the mobility data space in our country. There are so many mobility. It's a subway system and public bus and cars and so many, the infrastructures. So how can we combine these data and efficiently, and how can we make some supply system from data supplier and data purchasers and customers? So it needs some data marketplace. Maybe European countries called it data space and data marketplace. So we would like to adopt the experience of European countries, Gaia X and International Data Space Association and blah, 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 Catena-X and many other data space cases. So we are trying to make some collaboration between the European countries and Korea. So last year we signed MOU with Gaia-X, and nowadays Korea is the first country to adopt the Gaia-X in the world, in Asia. So our government and NIA and other organizations and our many other ministries are preparing some data space systems. The point of SMEs is this is fundamental. So thinking about the public organization and SMEs, they are reluctant to support some private data to the government freely. So we make some rule and we will develop connector and make some, it's like clearing house also. It will make the SMEs more competitive and more flexible to the AI market, I think. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have related to a few things that were just mentioned. I have a question for you, Thomas. South Korea became the first Asian country to be associated to Horizon Europe Pillar 2. It's since the 1st January last year, and by March 2026, I think 28 collaborative research projects are involving Korean institutions, which I think it's a big achievement. But what do you think are still the remaining barriers that researchers face in this collaboration to get even more involved and more engaged in bilateral collaborations?
Yes, thank you. So Korea became associated to Horizon Europe. I believe I don't have to introduce Horizon Europe because the level of expertise in this room is high enough to probably to explain me what Horizon Europe is. Nevertheless, barrier, yes, institutional barrier were lifted while Korea became associated, because Korean entities, organizations can participate in Horizon Europe programs on equal terms with almost equally treated as European partners. Nevertheless, barriers, I would say operational barriers, practical ones. The question I get the most is how to find a partner. You know, I know about Horizon Europe, I know about association, but how can I join? How can I actually benefit? What shall I do? Where to start? Who to contact? So those first practical steps are still needed to be addressed, and this awareness must be rising about, you know, very, very practical issues of how to write a proposal. You know, what aspect of the proposal is important, what shall I include, exclude, and so on. And this is something that European partners, you know, the expertise is there, and in Korea is still missing also because of the administrative differences in those two systems. You know, applying for Korean grant is different than applying for Horizon Europe, and the whole procedure is different. And these barriers are still there, but as you mentioned, 28 already successfully granted, and this number, I believe, will be only higher and higher as the time passes.
Yes, absolutely. And by the way, Euraxess is helping to answer several of these questions.
This is exactly my job, to answer these questions, so and I hope to answer some of them later today, because Euraxess is a tool to join, to make this cooperation work between Korean organizations and Europeans. But it is also about Pillar 1 that is not mentioned here very often. It's about mobility of researchers. And when I address mobility, it's a different concept of mobility. I'm not talking about vehicles or subways or airplanes. I'm talking about people moving, you know, people-to-people exchange, exchange of ideas, because it is scientifically proven that the more international your undertaking is, the better outcome is. It's not only about citation or publications, but it's also about personal experience. And Euraxess is also to facilitate this individual mobility programs under Pillar 1, and to basically to invite Korea-based researchers to European host institutions.
Yes, thank you very much. Today in the afternoon you will give us more details. I would like to come back to Rainer, and I would like to ask you, with the EU-Korea Digital Agreement that now has been authorized for signing, how do you see this self-standing agreement complementing the broader digital partnership in removing barriers for European businesses operating in the Korean's digital market?
Yes, perhaps allow me a second to come back to the data spaces, because
Sure.
I think that is really one of the main and very active fields where we discuss a lot. We have, in the last Digital Partnership Council, agreed to form some sort of working group on the data spaces, and we have seen, we have very lively discussions with the NIA or NIA, and welcome very much the very recent announcement of the first decentralized data space in Korea on medical data, which I think is very similar to our approach. So now we're talking really about interoperability, about standards, and that is a very fruitful and helpful discussion. And we also welcome very much the setting up as a Gaia X Hub in Korea, because there you can see actually the practical implications, that the data on automotive and Catena X and other data spaces is already now accessible, it's flowing, it's available in both directions. So this is a really big step, and it's very, very concrete. When it comes to the DTA, so the Digital Trade Agreement, it was necessary to update our FTA, which is more than 15 years old now, and didn't really have these digital rules adapted to our new realities. Again, it is one of the main deliverables of our digital partnership, to basically make sure that all the underlying guarantees for free, safe data exchange are there, for enhanced consumer protection, for people buying via e-commerce on digital platforms. I would really say that is a key enabler to make sure that our digital partnership actually can deliver, because without the underlying rules, there is no possibility to do that.
Thank you very much. So, as you've heard, a lot of concrete steps have been taken on both sides. I think that's a very important achievement already. I would like to ask you, Ko, can I address you, Ko? Yeah, okay. Given the National Information and NIA experience leading Korea's AI training data project under the Digital New Deal, what lessons from the large-scale data initiative could inform this joint EU-South Korea data space interoperability effort? What are the main lessons learned that you could push forward?
The first lesson is I have to work together. That's the biggest lesson we learned, because when we start, we have about 80 companies involved, but at the end of the project, we have about 2,000 companies involved, which means when we start with the 80 companies, we are struggling a lot because we don't know how to collect, clean, and store, and then labeling, and those are all problems. But when we have more, stakeholders getting together, then everybody knows how to do it. And then by, getting together is first lesson. The second one is, we learned data is volume. You need more data every time you collect. So volume is almost everything. The third one is, nowadays, when we had volume enough, then quality matter. So in our department, for example, we collected about, maybe 80 petabytes of AI training data sets, probably. That's what we had at this moment. But, instead of having 80 petabytes of AI training data sets, maybe if you have 100% cleaned 8 gigabyte data would be more valuable nowadays, because data is available almost everywhere now, but quality data is very hard to find, and especially 100% trusted data is, you can hardly find. Those are 3 lessons we learned.
Thank you very much. Very clear, to the point. I think very important aspects. I would like to come back to you, Dayon. And I mean, you have extensive experience in international collaborations, right? And also in bilateral R&D frameworks with the UK, with Europe, with Canada. What makes the EU-South Korea digital partnership structurally different? And where does we still need to change something if we need to?
Thank you. I have a reader experience about international collaboration for R&D program with Innovate UK since 2023, and other countries. For example, Horizon Europe, our Korean partners joined DUT, Driving Urban Transition Program of Horizon Europe strategic program 2024. But based on the experience of planning and collaboration of these European partnership and bilateral programs, I experienced the difference between the institution and culture and framework of these 2 parts. Basically, Korea is located in the Eastern Asia, and it's very isolated from the other Western countries. It is too far to come here. So we maintained our strategy and our approaches for the R&D program. So we divided the role of universities and research institutions and companies. So after developing some technology and we transfer this technology to the companies, it takes time. But in the case of European countries, you are focused on the innovation. So you call it R&D, research and innovation. There is a big difference between the perspective of the technology, technology, because our government invests too much money for research program, but they don't think about commercialization and dissemination of this technology because they don't interrupt the it's a free market and industry market by government. So we mix the strengths of European countries and the Korean top-down approaches. It's better to mix the bottom-up and top-down approaches in the case of AI because it gives some big questions about our society, responsibility and ethics and privacy issues. And you have, the AI has two dual-sided. One is positive for enhance our life, but the negative side is about hacking and it's a cryptocurrency, cheating and other cyber wars. So thinking about the one globe, the Korea has made some effort to come close to European countries, even if the geopolitical issues and geographical issues, because Thomas mentioned about the European countries has strengths on basic science, and our Korean countries has applied science, especially manufacturing and the shipbuilding, defense industry. We have a strength also. So I give some recommendation for this. How about Korea has become a test bed of physical AI and other advanced technology here, because the Korean people are very interested in the new technology and advanced technology. So it takes a shorter time than any other countries in the world for the adoption of new technologies. That is the good point of collaboration between European countries and Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, there's a lot of commonalities and common needs, especially to face the current geopolitical tension. I would like to ask a general question to the panelists that is given also the time that has run very quickly. Looking forward, looking at what comes next, especially thinking about the next framework program and the 4th Digital Partnership Council that will take place in the second part of the year in Brussels. What single breakthrough outcome should this partnership prioritize to maximize its global impact by 2030?
By 2030, so you don't like to think about tomorrow first.
Tomorrow is already gone.
Well, I think clearly building on what we have done so far and already connecting through Horizon Europe, and by the way, it's not Euraxess alone, but we also have very excellent NCPs here in Korea working on that. I think building on that, linking stronger our innovation systems, and as you said, I honestly always think that Korea is very well advanced when it comes to commercializing innovation, if you compare to some parts in Europe, to bring them closer together, and that is something that we are currently trying to do. So, for example, the European Innovation Council, which is Pillar 3 under Horizon Europe, is funding edge technologies. They want to link closer with Korea to see whether the startups and scale-ups that we have in Europe can actually enter the Asian and Korean market, and the other way around. So I think that would be something as a very concrete next step to benefit from the research cooperation, which, as you already said, is very vivid. Horizon Europe is almost like a whole household name nowadays in Korea. Everybody knows what we're talking about when we go there. So to take the next logic step and link our innovation societies and communities.
Thank you. Now Thomas has something
Just
to
to
add.
support Rainer's argument, even according to very Eurocentric standards, and I am referring to European Innovation Scoreboard, which is the report measuring innovation all over the world by the EU Commission, released every September, Korea is the most innovative country in the world. Together with Israel, it's like first, second over last 10 years. So Korea being a test bed is a very natural solution, and the EU recognizes Korea as this innovative test bed with 50 million people loving new technologies and new solutions. So I guess we are reaching there, maybe not by 2030, but at least we are on the way.
Thank you, Thomas. I would like to pass the question also, to pass the mic for the answers.
Okay. By the way, in this morning, I talked with my son. He just entered the university, and what we talk about is, hey, Dad, he's majoring architecture, and hey, Dad, I would like to make a agent to automate his, CAD, I don't want to draw. I don't want to spend drawing everything. 80% of my time I'm spending drawing for CAD. I don't want to do that. I just want my agent to do that, and I just want to, think or design what I do. And he's working with Claude right now, and he's, I think 10 or 20% done. And that's how fast we love to, introduce ourselves to, new technology. So I would like to have 3 things by 2030. The first one is industrialization of from joint R&D. I don't know what, but we agreed, semiconductor and AI and data, blah, blah. One of these, I would like to see industrialization and commercialization out of joint R&D. That's the first thing that I would like to see. The second thing is data interoperability. So data go through back and forth from Korea to European countries. So we have, a very strong data ecosystem for everything. That's very crucial because when we think about, future AI services, without data interoperability and going back and forth, it's almost impossible to have, AI services mutually. The third one is I know EU is very strong in this area, AI ethics. We really have to think what we should regulate ourselves, right? We see a lot of things happening right now with the AI, but some point, human beings, we have to control, technology, not technology control us, right? So I know you had spent a lot of time for AI ethics, so we would like to, part of, discussion in AI ethics. Those are three things that I would like to, see by 2030.
Thank you very much. Thomas has something to add?
To support your vision with practical examples of industrialization and marketization, Korean smartphones were the first one that recognized and received the Galileo signal. Galileo is a European GPS, global positioning systems, and Korean smartphones were the first ones that interoperably received both GPS and Galileo signals, making the navigation. It was I don't know, around 10 years ago, but yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Thomas. Please.
Thank you. Actually, the Songdo is famous for what? Is maybe the first smart city in the world. 2003. So I am watching since then to today. Maybe most of the people think the Songdo is a mechanical city nowadays. Sometimes it feels some efficient, but maybe the background of the city is the reclamation of seas, so biodiversity is destroyed here. So nowadays I focused on the circular city and sustainable smart city. So by 2030, I'm not sure about the framework model of this circular city in the world. Maybe European countries thinking of a sustainable city for 30 years maybe. But it is very difficult. So we are focused on the digital transformation or AI transformation. I think the most important thing is green transformation, and how can we make this beautiful world more sustainable and more inclusive. So the AI should be just a tool to support and help this. Is a cosmopolitan concept and philosophy. So my big question is, who's sovereign AI in the future? I think only human beings. So by 2030 or 2040, 2050, I pursued this philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, our time is run out very quickly. Do you have any specific points that you guys would like to underline before I wrap up this very dense session?
My one word is go together. Yeah?
Together is better,
yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
Rainer, maybe?
No, I will not keep you from lunch, but I think these kind of events very much contribute to the right direction to go together. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to say a few words. So I think the ambition is huge. There are many obstacles, but I think the fact that there is a very strong trust basis for this collaboration is essential. Technology must become an enabler, and an empowering human societies, cities. It must empower our societies to stay sustainable and to stay strong in the global scenario. I think there's quite a lot of work still to be done, but definitely this European-South Korea digital partnership is an example of how international collaboration can work and can make the difference. So thanks a lot to all of you for your work, also beyond this stage. Thank you very much. A big applause to the speakers. Now actually it's not yet time for lunch, so I would like to help, some help for the chairs, guys, or whoever. No, you don't have to do that, Rainer, please. Okay, so there's still a session that divides us from lunch, between now and the lunch, and it's gonna focus on industrial ecosystem, and the moderator is Sachiko Muto. Please, Sachiko. Yes, we need chairs again. Sorry, I made you move. But actually 4 are enough, because we have 4 speakers or 4 panelists. Ian Marsh, please. Thank you, Ian. Eneko Saba from Tecnalia. Please come on stage, and then it will be myself.
I was just going to say, we're going to play musical chairs.
Let's do 1 woman, 1 man.
Oh. On a checkerboard. I really enjoyed that session. Thank you, Monique, and thank you to the speakers. I hope that we can kind of, again, to my point this morning, that we can continue build on what we heard just now on stage. Especially for me, it's interesting to hear obviously the Korean perspective, and my takeaways really were about sort of these reflections on the relative strengths of Europe and Korea. I think it is really important to actually, if we're going to move, beyond or further from sort of these high-level statements that talk about shared needs, shared challenges, etc., and focus on specific technology areas, that we really do actually hone in on what can each side bring. For me, looking at relative strengths and seeking to establish what each side can get out of it, that it doesn't mean that it's a zero-sum game. I think I wanted to kind of say that because there was a kind of discussion on that. Actually, it is really important to identify what each partner brings, and this actually then can be a sort of a win-win outcome. And also the final thing about the fact that it's like, why are we doing all these things in the end? What is the technology for? And I think when we talk about AI and all these new technologies, it's also important to remember what are we using the technology for? And I think this also helps to bring a wider coalition, wider collaboration. You get more people engaged naturally by not just focusing on the technology in itself, but talking about indeed bringing in talking about sustainability or whatever issue. Then you naturally bring more people into the conversation, I think, which is needed. In Europe we talk a lot about the skills gap, etc. So the need to to attract more people to be involved in these things. So very happy to be here to moderate this session. My hope is that we are going to go further down into some of the technology areas, and so therefore I'm happy to be joined by my panelists. I start with you, Monique. Monique, CEO of Martel. I want to talk to you first because I think that you have this more high-level, perspective that you've already shared with us. But again, taking the morning's policy discussions and trying to bring it down to actual collaboration, focusing on win-win and relative strengths. What are some of the sort of low-hanging fruits? If we talk about one area where we could sort of bring something, the shared perspectives, shared challenges, and bring something to the market, let's say. So what's the kind of low-hanging fruit or maybe most critical area to collaborate between EU and Korea?
Well, I wish I had the answer.
Where should we start?
I have some ideas based on our experience. We have been collaborating with Korean organizations in several Horizon Europe projects, even before the association of South Korea, because it was possible already to participate to projects. And I must say that there is definitely a strong common basis of values and of priorities for both societies, for both regions. I think we should also look at something that we didn't mention so far, but many of the European member states, or also other European countries like Switzerland, have bilateral agreements with South Korea. And there are a lot of collaborations that are helping to bring organizations more closely working together on specific pilots, on specific verticals. And something that we didn't touch much today is that, especially when focusing on market-driven needs, it's when organization, especially industrial organization, recognize value and have gain incentives in becoming more active and more proactive. So I think that to be driven by specific market needs, to be focusing on collaboration that exists already and trying to extend from that, it's a very important aspect. Of course, Europe is known as a policy producer, as a policy maker, making continent, but there are also many very concrete projects that are building, that are making concrete changes for the society. And I think we should start from very concrete examples of successful collaborations and build on top of that.
Thank you, Monique. Yeah, I think that's, starting somewhere, and, to some extent, I know that there is a collaboration on sovereign technology between Germany and France, for example, where they decided that they should not just collaborate, but say, okay, you share one project that you have developed with us, and we will take one area where you are ahead of us, and we'll do kind of a swap, let's say, and start there. Because I think that otherwise, there's a risk that it's seen as one-sided, or you don't know where to start. And I think, Ian, I'll come to you next, because I think that, we, last but not least, somebody has to be, there is, Monique mentioned this Swiss-Korea collaboration. We can also talk about Sweden-Korea collaboration. I think that we'll hear from a colleague at RISE about that tomorrow a bit more. Perhaps if you want to mention, you can also do that, Ian. But I know that you had some specific areas where that you had identified that were critical, or maybe ripe for collaboration. So I'll ask this question to you as well.
Yeah, well, thank you. Good morning. Ian Marsh is my name. Actually, I'm British, but I've been in Sweden for 30 years. I don't know what I did in the past life to deserve that, but it's because of these large companies there. We're only 11 million. So we have Ericsson, Scania, Volvo, Electrolux, ABB, so Swedish. And I basically went to Sweden to work with Ericsson all those years ago when they didn't really believe in the internet. And now, of course, it's a major player. And don't forget that with Nokia, Ericsson, and Samsung, we have 3/4 of the major OEMs. I mean, with Huawei, obviously, but they have some problems in some countries. So there's already 3 fairly large telecom manufacturing companies with all of their customers as well. So specifically, I would say 6G is a good topic. As you know, that your mobile phones, Galaxy AI and Apple Intelligence, if you take Apple and Samsung, phones have AI built in. But what are the operators? What are the network? What are the OEMs doing? Well, they're obviously building intelligence into their networks as well. But that's not quite as simple as building into a single mobile phone. So if you look at 6G, you'll see they will see a lot more network intelligence, fault diagnosis, and things like this. That's fine. But what happens if networks start to blame each other, where things go wrong? Because just by definition, telecom networks have to be joined together, right? So if a Samsung network or Samsung produced hardware is sort of saying, oh, it's Ericsson's fault, and Ericsson's saying, oh, it's Nokia's fault, with all of the AI modules, it's going to be a mess. And quite frankly, 3GPP, which is the standardization, is not looking into this part. This is all being done in-house. So looking at networking the intelligence, especially in 6G, I think is an area where at least the large vendors should collaborate, and also we can help them a little bit with some of our test cases across automotive, shipbuilding, and whatever. So some of these problems may come from data itself. So I was very happy to hear about data in the last presentation. That's my favorite thing. So this is where they kind of merge, right? If you have data, telecom, and AI, what happens when things go wrong? I mean, it might be their job to fix it, but if the networks collapse and things like this. So I think there's a lot of work to be done in 6G intelligence and data gathering.
Yeah, I think, yeah, indeed, data spaces came up, and I think it's interesting to kind of talk about specific areas then. So we heard mobility and health, for example, and again, I hope that we will move to the next step where we'll say, let's not just collaborate on data spaces. Let's collaborate, let's pick some areas that are ripe for collaboration and really sort of think about how we can combine, again, those strengths. We heard about sort of the Korean strength, you know, in taking action, commercialization, etc., but also the importance of thinking about ethics and other aspects, and the you know, bringing also in basic science there as well. So I think this just like, again, you read something like a joint declaration and you think this is, yes, it all makes sense. We all want to make progress here, but you know, how do you move forward on some of these areas? And given the fact that we are, you know, at a stage where I think there's an urgency as well, and we've seen what can happen. Actually, I think COVID only came up once, was mentioned this morning. You know, shows how quickly we move on. But during the pandemic, it was also evidence of how quickly we can move when there's a sense of urgency. And actually, I think that there is a sense of urgency now. And maybe we should actually start doing something. And I think that this is where I'm hoping that we can build with together with Korea and other partners. So I'll come to you now and ask the same sort of question. Actually, it's about identifying some of those areas that you think are either critical, you know, and urgent, or where there is a kind of clear opportunity, let's say, where, you know, it's not a kind of in 2030, but it could be something that we could be exploiting or building on today.
Okay, talking about critical areas, I want to talk about the area in which I work, because I think that being an emerging area is the one that could be urgent to work. It is quantum computing or quantum technologies. It is an area in which there's very fast advances, so we need to start now working on that, because if we don't that, we are going to be, you know, we need to go there in this technology. And talking about quantum technologies here in the Yonsei University has so much sense, because indeed they have 2 buildings about quantum technologies. They have 1 building about quantum computing. They have an IBM computer. They have a D-Wave computer. So here in Korea, they are one of the most advanced institutions. Within being an emergent area, an emergent research technology, I think that there are many challenges and many critical areas or many critical fields, critical topics within quantum computing in which we can work together, both Korea and the European Union. For example, the computers, the hardware, because we heard a lot about quantum computing. I don't know if the people knows what we can do or what we can't do with quantum computers today, but this is an incipient technology. Computers are in a very incipient stage. They have a lot of limitations. So working together, I don't know, the European Union is a powerhouse in basic research, scientific research. Here in Korea, the industry is very, very, very powerful. Maybe we can work together in trying to build not only computers, but also in the technologies that make the computer work. Because the field is so emerging that there are some technologies in which we need to work, the cryogenic or the wires that are inside the computers. And there are also 2 different critical areas. The one is making algorithms, applications, pilots. Because of the thing that I explained before, the people, the companies, the clients, they didn't know what we can make with quantum computing. So we need algorithms, we need applications, we need use cases. We need to work on that because, as I say, the people heard a lot about quantum computing, but the people makes one question: okay, quantum computing, but for what? And we need to work on that, to show the people what we can do with quantum computing. And this is also a field in which we can work together. And the last one is standard and benchmarking. Because, again, it is an emerging topic. We don't know yet how to properly benchmark a quantum algorithm or how to properly benchmark a quantum computer. So we need to make benchmarks. We need to make also standards for these benchmarks. I think that there are some of the areas in which we can work together.
I'd like to, actually, you can keep the microphone because I have a follow-up there, because on the first point about quantum, so you said Yonsei University specifically is a kind of, has a lot of capabilities focused on this area. I mean, you as a researcher, what would be a dream project for you to work with Yonsei University and to have access to those resources? I mean, can you, I think you make this important point about sort of making visible to a bigger audience, I guess, what this is all for, you know? Why do we need, you know, why do we need more data centers? Why do we need to have, you know, compute power? Why do we, you know, what is it for? And I think for you then, you know, that's another point. I want to ask you as a researcher, not having to explain that. What would you like to work, what is it that you can't do right now that you would love to do, for example, with Yonsei, having access to those kind of, maybe that's a difficult question, but you know, but just one area where you think that, you know, you don't have access to the infrastructure maybe that that you could have here, and what would you do with that?
Indeed, we have access to also to the computers that there are here. Here there are an IBM computer. D-Wave, in the Basque Country, indeed, in Spain, we have an IBM computer.
I was there actually. I've seen it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And for example, in Tecnalia, we have also access to the D-Wave computers that are in. We don't have in our premises a computer because it's very difficult to have a computer because of the funding. But we have access to these kind of computers. But a very good project, maybe not now, in the future, is that we in Europe, we are building also quantum computers. In Spain, there are one company, Kilimanjaro, that is building a quantum annealer. In Finland, the IQN is also building a very strong quantum computer. Here in Korea, they are also building quantum computers. I think that a great project could be one in which all the partners in Europe and Korea give access to our resources, to our own resources, to our own computers, and make some sort of benchmarks with all these computers. Not only with IBM, not only with D-Wave, because we have access, but in any case, the access to the quantum computers today is also a challenge, is also a barrier. Here in the Basque Country, we have the privilege of having one computer. In Tecnalia, we can access D-Wave because we pay a lot for access D-Wave each year, but not all the partners have this situation. So I think that have a project in which all the partners can use our own computers and make a test bed, make pilots, use cases. I think that could be a great project to bright ourselves, you know, to make importance to the things that we are making. Okay, we are not just using the IBM, which is a United States company. We are not using D-Wave Computing, which is a Canadian company. We are using our own quantum computers. I think that it could be a very good project.
Okay. It's good to get a bit specific like that, to have access and to share access, I guess. The standards then are going to be important. Where is the standardization? Where does the standardization need to happen for this? Just a quick question.
The standardization in terms of quantum computing comes, for example, in many areas, but benchmarking and hybridization. I mean, when we heard about quantum computing, we don't need. I am working in quantum computing, and I say this: the future is not quantum computing. Okay, the future is not going to be quantum. The future is going to be hybrid, always.
Hybrid, yeah.
Quantum computing is not here to replace classical computing. This is a huge error to think that quantum computing is here to replace classical computing. So we need to build strong hybrid ecosystems. HPC, quantum computing, working together, taking the best from each paradigm, but how to make this hybridization well, how to make it good, how to properly benchmark hybrid algorithms. This is a huge challenge in standardization. We need to make standards to properly measure, the KPIs of hybrid algorithms, of hybrid systems, and how to benchmark also computers.
You almost provoked me to talk about my pet peeve, which is these hype cycles around new technologies, etc., and where, you know, it's like whether it's blockchain or you know, whatever, and it's like there are use cases, but it doesn't mean that it's, you know, you need a blockchain for everything, for example, or same with quantum, or, you know, and I think that what happens becomes quite interesting when you go beyond the hype and then see like, okay, we don't need LLMs for everything, we need small language models also, and things like that for specific things. But I'm going to, sorry, we could continue like this for a long time. I want to go back to Monique, because you mentioned already some areas, but the next question, I am doing sort of rounds of questions here, has to do with sort of highlighting some good examples of, you know, of collaborations that we could build on. And you mentioned already that there are some, but maybe you could highlight or sort of mention a specific example of where there has been a successful collaboration between Switzerland and Korea, or Europe and Korea.
Sure. I think there are quite a few projects going on, especially in the area of AI, data, and quantum, indeed. There are recent advances also in the collaboration between the SNS Smart Networks and Services joint undertaking that is a public-private partnership in Europe with several partners in South Korea. 6G and beyond 5G is definitely one of the concrete areas where a lot of work has been done together with both European and South Korean partners. This goes back to what Ian was mentioning before. I think one point that I think Thomas mentioned in the previous panel is space, and not data space, this time is space. So actual yeah, we've seen in those days exploration of space, and this time what I wanted to highlight is that 6G will be a lot about integration of non-terrestrial networks, and there is a lot of work going on also at the 3GPP level for making sure that standards will align like-minded regions like Europe and South Korea, which are major contributors to the 3GPP standards, but also collaboration across the ETSI framework. ETSI is the European Technology Standardization Institute, is a very concrete example of how, from an international collaboration, in that case it was between Europe and Japan, something that then live on and create a lot of impact at global level can exist. And I mean, the traditional, of course, South Korea have a strong manufacturing and also telco vendors tradition. We have also some European players, and I think it's necessary, given the very high competition coming from China, that there is a close collaboration between Europe and South Korea in that respect, especially at telco, NTN 6G level.
Can I answer the question?
Yeah, I'm going to give it. I just wanted to go to you after that, Ian. Just want to say that I think it could be interesting to analyze some of these successful examples of collaboration, to understand what kind of conditions need to be in place, you know, for there to be a successful collaboration. Not just that, oh, we need to collaborate, but okay, what has to what has to be in place for the right incentives to be there, etc. So, Monikia, you wanted to?
If you allow me to, yeah. So, no, I think that's a very important point. So, first of all, there must be a concrete industrial collaboration, or at least a commitment to take up the research and innovation projects results into something that goes beyond and that stays beyond, relevant for innovation to make an impact also for concrete economic aspects. I think cultural aspects are very important. There is a language barrier in international collaborations, we know, but we will get there. I think, you know, Europe was the first. I mean, Europe is not one country. We have a lot of different countries with different cultures and languages, but we were able to overcome these barriers, and I'm pretty sure that this is happening, or I can see that this is happening also at global level. So I think when there are the same principles and there are the same incentives, whether it's society, whether it's climate, whether it's industry, then there is, I say, a winning recipe.
Yeah, and you know, in a way, like each partner doesn't have to have the same needs or roles. In fact, we should think about complementarity. So could be that one is an investor, the other one is, you know, like provides the infrastructure, or you know, or just thinking a bit about those roles, or the, you know, or providing the test bed, or you know, I think that this is where we move from this kind of high level intent to something real. Ian, so the question was really about this, like the successful areas of collaboration, and maybe thinking a bit about why they were successful and what we can learn from it.
Yeah, I was going to actually bring up a topic that we've not really discussed, and that is automotive. So obviously South Korea is very strong in automotive, as is Europe, both trucks and vehicles. And people think automotive, self-driving, but you don't need to go that far. In Korea's very large industries such as shipbuilding, you have physical AI, small machines doing small tasks. Not just a robot arm that you see on the slides, but something that might move one heavy piece to A to B. So any small amounts of automation, which probably have some kind of vision components, that will help in our manufacturing sectors. So automotive and small driving vehicles, to call it for less of a better word, I think is a very good growth area, because you don't need to have a full automated vehicle on the roads that has all regulatory issues. So that's an area where, in fact, we are collaborating at RISE across Europe and with South Korea as well. Because like it or not, there isn't really a lot of polar bears and snow. Well, there are mountains in South Korea, but the road conditions and the environmental conditions are very different. So we can learn from each other, as is the very dense cities that you have in Seoul, and perhaps some of the more sparse terrains where these vehicles should, or semi-autonomous vehicles should operate. So I think in this area, again, it comes a bit back to physical AI and data, that I think there's strong possibilities. And in fact, Draghi mentioned that, the famous Draghi report, sector by sector, right? I mean, automotive was highlighted as a very strong area of Europe, under threat from the Chinese. We know about BYD and the rest of it, build your dreams. But also where we could collaborate, because we have both differences and similarities. So I would say that's a strong area for collaboration.
Yeah, I think that at some point, you have to become more specific like that. And of course, there are things like that going on, and it's difficult in a conference like this where we're covering so many different areas. You don't go into specifics, but I think that, again, if we're going to, make progress, you have to start somewhere. That's somewhere that is is ripe for collaboration, and where the right conditions are there. And instead of just sort of having these high-level statements and then moving on and hoping that we'll get closer to the target, but we still see the same same charts with no real movement in the numbers. So I was going to talk about asking. Again, not maybe about the specific technologies, but more about the specific types of programs that could be of value, and it could happen sort of between exchange programs or looking at we heard mentioned pilot. Shared pilots, for example, that was one that was quite interesting. And we heard also a specific mention on smart cities. If I can mention again, in Stockholm, where I live, we also have a smart city, which I don't know if it was as early as 2003. I did remember hearing about this smart city in Seoul at the time, actually, and it was interesting to me. It's an example of, again, somehow where you see, and I don't know, probably I'm misrepresenting this, but I remember it was one of those, you read an article and it says, oh, you never have to go shopping again because your fridge will, know that you need, milk, and it will just get it delivered to you automatically because of, and when you build a pilot like this, especially if you build from scratch, technology can do all kinds of amazing things. What often happens, of course, is that it doesn't scale because of a lack of standards, because of a lack of, maybe lock in also to a specific proprietary system, and then it would not work with others, etc. But just coming back again to this Swedish smart city, I think that there the focus was actually very much from the beginning on sustainability. So it was designed to be actually a car-free environment, and so it could be an interesting thing to compare. Focus on the technology or focus on more this sustainability as a kind of starting point. Could be some interesting things to share there. But so again, the question is more about, okay, what sort of programs can work? We are now often hearing, okay, we're going to put X million on the table for investment in this technology or for a program here. What sort of thing works, do you think, to actually, again, move the needle?
Of course, money helps.
Money helps, but money how?
A lot. But indeed, in quantum computing helps more because it is an emerging technology. There's a lot of the things to do. So we need money. We need, and at least, just not money, but also time.
Oh,
okay.
We have
so
we have neither, right?
But something that is very, very important in my perspective, indeed in quantum computing, is these exchange programs. Because quantum computing is a very specialized topic. We need a lot of talent, and it is very difficult to find this talent. So have exchange programs in which researchers can go to different top-level, high-level institutions to train themselves. I think that is one of the most interesting programs that we can do now. You know, coming here to Johnson University, that they have a lot of knowledge. Go to in Germany to Jülich, or even visit the headquarters of the main computer builders, for example, the Wave in Canada. Also, one thing that could help a lot is to have common roadmaps, because, again, being emerging technology, we need to think in the future. We need to build roadmaps, because the success is not going to be immediate. So we need common roadmaps. If we have common roadmaps between Korea and the European Union, it is easier to work together, not just now, but also in 2, 3, 4 years. So I think that this could be 2 good ideas, and money, of course, a lot of money.
Money, yeah. No, I think that, you know, the roadmaps thing, I think that's an interesting concrete one. I think I often also mention having some kind of like really a gap analysis between, sort of if we can look at, you know, EU, Korea, Japan, Singapore, Canada, Australia, and map out sort of the different strengths and weaknesses, etc., and you know, see if together we could actually go further in a way, again, that actually looks more specifically at what each partner could bring, could be useful. And the exchange, I'm assuming that it's like longer term, again, trying to understand concretely what you need. So, you know, beyond kind of study visits, I guess, where you're jet lagged for a few days and then you have some nice dinners and you go back and you've seen something. But I guess to really have an exchange, you need to stay longer. But I'm going to go to Monique, or Ian, you want to grab first? Go ahead. And it will be like a closing statement here also in a way before lunch. Yep.
So I think that one of the most successful example of European programs has been Erasmus. Erasmus is a program that makes students travel for a certain period of their academic life from one country to another. And I think a lot of the couples that I know that are international have been, you know, born under the Erasmus program. There is also another instrument that is Marie Curie. This fellowship can already engage researchers and students, graduate students, to travel across even South Korea and Europe. Of course, you know, there must be agreements between organizations that share these students or that have common research interests and roadmaps and projects. So I think it's definitely important to invest on exchanges. This will minimize the cultural gap and also the language barriers. I'm sure of that. But then what is very important, in my opinion, is to engage a little bit more in these international digital partnership programs, the there are various associations in Europe that are industrial-led, and they are very active in several key sectors that we've heard today. So there is the AI Data and Robotics Partnership, there is the Big Data Value Association, there is the 6GIA, there is the Euro HPC, and you name it. So there are already big associations with a huge network of industrial partners that have already collaborations, international collaboration, or even international subsidiaries that are locally based here. And I think by engaging them more in the digital partnership dialogues would be very important to minimize the gaps.
And I guess they have direct membership also sometimes of companies and things like that. Yeah, that's interesting. So the human aspect, I think that's important for Erasmus. But I think it's the key to integration actually. So focus not only on technology, but how we can actually get people to work together. Ian?
Yeah, we're just about to reinforce that. There's a very nice girl sat there at the back there who's a professor who's going to speak tomorrow, and came, studied Korean, knows the language, and take good knowledge about Korea, and vice versa about France and Italy. So I think bottom up is a good. I think some of us do get a bit frustrated by the top-down approach of waiting for money, and at least my colleague Stefan over there, I think he has like 10 visits or 4 or 5 visits per day, to Hyundai and these smart cities, and that's a great thing, right? I mean, bottom up, there's only a few of us here, but we can get a bit done, at least produce the roadmap and reach out. So I think I kind of do like the bottom up, that's the way that researchers work. And I just noted that the largest AI institute in Sweden sent 45 PhD students to Singapore. 45 students, and they've got a lot of money, right? But that's a lot of people going to Singapore. Maybe they fall in love, maybe they love the 98% humidity. But, I mean, that's sort of, there's not that many people, but bottom up can get stuff done, especially if we produce a PDF, a nice PDF for the Commission. So, I mean, I kind of do believe a bit in the people power.
Maybe you need both. I mean, that's, I think,
yes. Yeah,
and then also other organizations, so for the other stakeholders, so really at all levels. And I think this is what sort of the joint statement was actually about, right? To identify the other stakeholders and kind of sort of encourage integration also at that level. So, okay, we are going to lunch. And Monique, I don't know if you wanted to grab the, yeah.
Say that we have to change building, right? No. So the lunch will be served at the first ground floor of this building, and we come back by 2 o'clock, right? That's.
And applause for the panelists.
Thank you. Being back at 2, in fact, the schedule was indicating 2:15, but I thought since it's not such a big audience, it will be fast, the lunch. So let's start now with the afternoon session, and we will have on stage Eneko Ozaba, the principal researcher from Tecnalia, that will talk about he will do a recap of the previous discussion. Please, yes, there. There is another mic, I guess.
Can you hear? Okay. So, first of all, thanks to Leonardo. Thanks to Leonardo because he sent me the summaries of both panels. Also, we have talked a lot about artificial intelligence. I am PhD of artificial intelligence, so I am very proud. And thanks to the artificial intelligence to helping me making this recap, because in any other way, it's impossible to make that. So, talking about what we have talked in the 2 panels that we have, the overall context is that the European and South Korea digital partnership has evolved from political statements to operational cooperation. So the discussion is no longer about high-level interaction, but about what has already been made, what barriers we need still to affront, and how to scale the results that we have towards innovation, deployment, and market impact. So the next phase is moving from research to innovation. So if we talk about where the partnership is today, there are few years in which the cooperation has matured significantly. There are already some joint researchers in 6G, in artificial intelligence, semiconductors, or quantum technologies. And one very important step, one major step, is the South Korea's association to Horizon Europe. There are already projects underway, but in any case, I don't know who said that, but there are still remaining barriers which are not strategic, are more practical and operational. Korea is increasingly positioning itself as a real world testbed, and it is one of the most innovative countries in the world. So in the first panel, we have talked about different technologies with different areas of cooperation. One of it has been the data spaces. We have talked about the data spaces here in Korea. There are a lot of years, I don't know, that almost 1 decade investing a lot of money in data infrastructure. Here in Korea, they have a data space platform with three different platforms, or 3 different frameworks. One of open government data, other domain-specific data platforms that I think that maybe there are 21. This is what I remember, and there are also data hubs for training large artificial intelligence models. We need to make, in this context, a shift. This data space should be moved from centralized government-led platforms to decentralized, interoperable, and market-driven data spaces. Something that in Europe there are some of them. Something that is helping to this task is that Korea is actively adopting some frameworks such as Gaia-X. So there are real cross-border use cases that can emerge from this collaboration. And there are 3 points that have highlighted that are very important in this context of data. The first one is that we need to work together, of course. The second one is that talking about data, the more data we have, the better. We need a huge volume of data, but probably the most important aspect is that volume is not the same of quality. We need quality data, okay? Because this is the only data that we can use to train artificial intelligence methods. And usually, trusted and clean data is the bottleneck for making innovation. So we have talked also about regulatory convergence and human control. We have discovered that there are more similarities than differences between Korea and the European Union. The European Artificial Intelligence Act and the Korea Artificial Intelligence Basic Act show strong alignment. We have similar notions of what is an high-risk artificial intelligence, and there are comparable conformity and risk assessment logics. So our priority should be to go forward, the mutual recognition of conformity assessment. Something that is needed is the early alignment of standards to avoid market fragmentation. So there are also some philosophical consensus that the artificial intelligence must remain human-centric. Of course, the humans must retain the sovereignty over the technology. The ethic and trust and sustainability, they are not just add-ons. They are requirements that we need to take into account. In the second panel, we have talked about some specific domains where complementarity is strong. The first one is 6G and smart networks. Here there are some opportunities detected, such as go beyond the 5G and 6G research, non-terrestrial networks or standardization work that should be made, and network intelligence and failure risk in artificial intelligence driven networks. So we have also talked about quantum computing. There are some concrete proposals, such as something very important in quantum computing, that is the joint access or the shared access to the current quantum computing infrastructure, the need for making joint benchmarking and joint pilot use cases, and the need for make standards, the need for standardization, mainly in hybrid algorithms. There is a critical challenge here in quantum computing, and it is also an open opportunity. The thing is that it is a very specialized, very technical field, so there's a shortage of specialized talent. For the reason, some sort of exchange programs could be very interesting in this context. And one clear message that indeed I said, and I want to repeat, is that quantum is not here to replace classical computer. The future is hybrid. The future is going to be quantum and HPC, these kind of systems. And for the reason, the standards are needed for hybridization and for benchmarking, to correctly benchmarking algorithms and systems. And we have also talked about automotive and manufacturing. We have we need to focus on realistic automation, such as vision systems, smart factories, or gradual deployment rather than full autonomy. And there is strong mutual learning potential, for example, from different climates, road conditions, and infrastructure. So here the message in this panel talking about these critical areas or these possible areas of collaboration is that the collaboration should focus on complementary strengths and not in the competition, of course. We have also talked about how to go to market, from research to market impact or to market adoption. And common conclusion in both panels is that the research collaboration works, but we need to go further. We need to go to the commercialization. We need to go to the market. So some conditions of success is the early industrial commitment, clear market incentives, shared infrastructures and test beds and use cases, pilots, and standardization. So without the industry, without the market, without the pilots, real pilots, the cooperation will remain limited to scientific publications, workshops, or conferences. Almost finishing, talking about the human factor, one of the strongest cross-cutting messages is that the people are the true enablers for partnerships. There are different key instruments that we need to use or we need to adopt for this kind of collaboration. The first one is the Horizon Europe and this kind of projects in which now we can go together. Also, Euraxess initiative and some exchange programs such as Erasmus, Marie Curie Actions, and also PhD and postdoc exchange that could be also very interesting for this kind of collaborations. So, as I said before, some part of the path is already made, but there are some barriers that we need to overcome. There are some cultural differences in proposal writing and evaluation. There are also some lack of practical knowledge about how the European funding mechanisms work. So, in any case, the clear evidence is that international collaboration will lead to higher impact in science and innovation. And as a closing message, both panels converge on a simple conclusion, is that we need more concrete actions, we need more pilots, we need more use cases and deployments. Something that both system countries, well, European is not a country, but what one can contribute is that Europe can contribute with basic research excellence, regulatory frameworks and governance and standards, and Korea can contribute with an incredible industrialization and large-scale adoption. And if data, standards, talent, and industry are aligned, so this relationship between Europe and the Republic of Korea can become a global reference for sustainable, human-centric, and digital transformation. And that's it. Thank you.
It's important also for the registration. So many thanks to Eneko once again. And now it's time to pass to present the Korea R&E landscape and Horizon Europe future opportunity. We welcome on stage Maya Myung-Soon Kim. Welcome. That is the South Korea National Contact Point. Thank you very much.
So nice to meet you all. My name is Maya Myung-Soon Kim, Maya Kim. It's a kind of a European name, but my original Korean name is Myung-Soon Kim, Kim Myung-Soon. It's a big pleasure for me to have a chance to speak to you because I myself am from Yonsei University, not here in this campus, but main campus in downtown Seoul. Because this international campus, since it's built in, I don't know, more than 10 years ago, but this is my first time to come in this campus. Anyway, welcome everybody. So my topic today is touching a little bit of Korean R&I landscape and Horizon Europe. I am Korea NCP for Cluster 4 mainly. And then I myself originally work for ETRI, maybe some of you already know. And this is quite similar to the research organization like RISE in Sweden. And maybe I'll have a chance to explain a little bit about the Korean Government Research Institute in a few minutes. And also, I myself am not an engineer. I'm mostly working on international relations, international cooperation in this institute. And while I was working there, I was dispatched to Korea EU Research Center, which is based in Brussels. And the organization that was originally built in 11 years ago by the Korean government, by the Ministry of Science and ICT, to enhance relationship between Korea and Europe research. Now I'm back, finished my term and I'm back, and now I retired at TRI, and I mostly, my main job is NCP these days, because since last year, Korea's association started. It's a huge, huge work for me to do. So, this is 1960 in the city center of capital Seoul. This is ground zero of capital Seoul, which we call Gwanghwamun. You know, this, have you already been there? maybe someone who just landed Korea Saturday, Sunday, maybe didn't have a chance yet, but I wish you can have a chance to visit here. Korean War started in 1950 and ended in 1953. So this was taken 7 years after the war. Was like this, because we had nothing, because 3 years of civil war destroyed everything. This is now the same place was taken, and then you see the big, the Korean, we call it Gyeongbok Palace, one of the main palace of the Joseon dynasty. And if you turn around, you have a picture like this one. So, let me say, what has happened since 60? For 60 years, what has happened in Korea? Maybe so many people. Every economist explain based on their economic model can tell everything. But I myself been working on R&I sector all my life. I think I can explain a little bit of this type of statistics. You already know that very well that gross domestic expenditure and research development, we call it GERD. But the graph here, it looks beautiful on the Korean side, right? Korean is the top. But there is some default here. Can you guess what's wrong with this graph? The left one. It's not totally default, but there is one missing. Korea is not the top. Yeah, Israel is missing. I don't know why. I just took it from the Eurostat, but they just missed Israel. But after Israel, we are the leading. we reached 5 point something of a GERD as of 2025, but Israel, they were a little bit higher than us, almost near 6.0, something like that. But I don't know. I'm sorry that Israel is missing in this graph, but this one is the one that I could find in more recent statistics. So Korea, even though we are a very small country, but we have on the top level of GERD statistics. And this is the same one, but it shows country by country, the difference of the GERD ratio. You can identify your own country here. So, which means even though we have a rather medium and small size economy and the land, we invest a lot on R&D. Because after the Korean War, there was a military coup d'etat. Maybe you have already heard of President Park Chung-hee. People used to call him as a dictator because he was in power 18 years. But I personally think sometimes dictatorship is good in terms of this, because he initiated government leading R&I scheme at that time, and he consistently, keep the policy. Anyway, so the GERD was like the page before, and this is this graph, the blue one, the blue stick, is the absolute amount. The amount of the money itself for the investment, R&D investment. This is not that quite new statistics, 2022 or 23 something. And maybe now, well, the first country is, I'm sorry, it's a Korean written. The first country is, which country, the first? the amount of the money? You don't know? Ian, you don't know? Yes. Yeah. US, yeah. Which is US? Yeah. Now I think they are almost the same. But this is 2022, so still US led. And China followed by the third country. Which one? Japan. Yeah, you know Korean language. Japan and Germany, the fourth is Germany, and then Korea. It's the absolute amount of the money. And the bullet, the red bullet is the JERD. Here you can see the Israel point reaches 6.02. And Korea has a 4.96, almost 5 point. So Korea, even though we have a very small land, we just have second largest JERD ratio in the world, and then the 5th rank of the total amount of R&D investment national. This is our government statistics that shows government R&D by year. And suddenly, why 2024 it drops? Can you explain why it dropped? You can explain. COVID? No, 2024. You don't know. There was a very strange president called Yoon. He criticized our research community as a mafia, and then he suddenly cut all the R&D spending like this one. And then the thing is, after 6 months, he got himself and then finally impeached. Yeah, it's dramatic, huh? Now we gain, it's gaining a lot. Now this year, 2026, we have almost 35 trillion won, which is almost over 20 billion euro of annual R&D investment by government. But what if private sector? How much will that be? I don't know why. I don't know how much. We cannot calculate all the private, companies. But what I can say is, among the total of the R&D spending within Korea, private sector amounts 70% of the R&D spending. So I'd like to say, so far, even though we started very poorly after the war, we heavily, invest a lot on R&D, because President Park, his own idea. I'm not a propaganda of his political idea, but at that time, our parents' generation thought that even though we have very limited resources we don't have any drop of oil in this land. We don't have any valuable agriculture, or 70% of our land is just mountainous, which cannot be cultivated at all. So the only thing we have is just people, children to feed. That's what we had. So they started to heavily invest on people. That's why that is the main change factor, as I think, is the Korea which can explain the Korea today. So as a perspective of a framework program participation, as a third country so far, Koreans have very difficult, it's very challenging, because even though they succeed in EU funding, EU project approval, they have to start all over again for the Korean national funding, and then which is quite difficult and takes more time, and then the budget was very limited. So even though some scientists who has a very much invited by European scientists to join in the Horizon program, they are very, very much reluctant to join it because of this all administrative difficulties and long processes, kind of that. But even that, we have strong relations with Europe in this field. For example, 5G, software, and databases, big data, the topic that you are talking today. And we have a strong relations with which country? Germany, UK, Spain, of course, France, yes, yes. So this is the real data. The left one is for the whole framework program, and the right one is the Pillar 2 project, not participants number, but the project. So starting as a framework program 7, FP4 started in mid-90 something as a one project started. Now Horizon 2020, like this. The speed of the growth is very remarkable, right? I think this is why European Union, European Commission themselves have, how can I say, good image on Korea, because very, how can I say, nowadays, only for the Pillar 2 signed grants, this also shows very steep increase. And this is the Horizon 2020, 89. Can you guess Horizon Europe now? By far? Somebody mentioned in the morning that, yes, 28 for last year's call. So, but Horizon Europe started 2021. So without last year's call, it almost amounted to 70, and plus 28, and plus now cluster 3 is not that announced the result yet. So almost 100, reached 100 so far. But we still have 2 more years, 26, 27. So I can easily guess it will be doubled by the end of the program. Because of last year, we started association. Everybody, we meet some of the university professors, and they are very much in concern to have an opportunity to join in the Horizon Europe program. So, as a third country person's perspectives, I think this graph is a very remarkable thing. So this is Korea. So speaking of the science and technology innovation of Korea, the only thing you have to remember is geographically, you have to remember Seoul, the capital region, and Daejeon. Have you heard about Daejeon? Yeah, Daejeon. So, well, it's too much simplification, but to make it easier for you to understand. So, based on 30 years of Horizon Europe participation statistics, we can easily tell that Korea has a strong innovative power in capital region and Daejeon. And also capital region plus the outer area, the wider capital region. So I classify the organizations which participate in framework programs so far for 30 years: research institute, universities, and industry. Which is the leading group? Research, yes, research institute. And then university and industry is relatively very weak. I will explain it a little bit later. So, as I already mentioned, President Bach, when he had succeeded in military coup d'etat and got the power, which was 1961 something, they inaugurated the Korea Economic Development Plan because Korea was much underdeveloped at that stage. They have a very ambitious development plan. Among that was a Korean, how can I say, Government Research Institute. He initiated this institute, KIST, KIST. At those times, KIST. And then, you know, I myself from ETRI, we are just one sector, one small department group of that KIST at those times in 1976, 50 years ago. So that time, they decided, because we had nothing, government invest the seed money for the whole nation to foster the science and technology. And these are under the National Research Council of Science and Technology. We have 23 SNT Research Institute, and beside we also have SSH Institute, but I will skip that, but only this is for the SNT field. So among the 23, which has all in this different specific domain of their technology, and they constantly invest people and then the research budget. So among 23, majority of the institute located in where? Daejeon. This is Daejeon. That's why you have to visit Daejeon whenever you come to Korea. You know, I'm joking. So majority of them are located in Daejeon area. And then the funny thing is all institute has the initial K in their name, except one. Except only one, which is, so I don't know. Well, even European countries, some country has this type of government leading SNT policy. Some government don't. But in Korea, this is very initial stage of the government policy, and then their decision, and then their constituency. So that's why Research Institute so far shows the highest ranking of the framework program participation. This is the city Daejeon. You know, here is the KIST at the bottom, and then ETRI and the other institute all located with SMEs, startups, and this is actually the science and technology city, we call it. So in terms of universities, we have a very strong, which has a long traditional education institution like Yonsei University and Seoul National University and Korea University, which are mainly located in city area, Seoul area. You see the blue bullet here. So in Korea, very Seoul-oriented universities, and also there are some major cities of local government. But in terms of a framework program participation, we have a strong, high-ranking universities in the area of Seoul, and also the STEM university by government. You know, STEM university, which are totally invested by government. One of the top is KIST, which is in Daejeon, and the DGIST is in Daegu, UNIST is in Ulsan, and GIST is in Gwangju. So, and PostTech is, this is private one also, but combined with government funding. So these all 5 STEM universities cover their regional, SNT personnel and human talents they host. So actually, these are the main universities of Korea. in terms of science and engineering. Now the third part, industry. What can you tell? The reason why I didn't omit this number is for 40 years, for more than 30 years, only one by the industry. You know, this bold name, Samsung, POSCO, SK, these are big company, big conglomerates, but they are very weak on Horizon participation, I mean, the framework participation. Do you know why? Because this framework, European framework program is not their concern. Because big companies in Korea, they are struggling with fast, I mean, and also they're very much cautious about the IPR issues. And this little bit of funding takes long time, long year, more than 2 years, kind of no incentive for them at all. That's why big companies are so sluggish and don't even have any interest in it. But small companies, generally speaking, relatively in Korea, SMEs, they have relatively weak capacity than big conglomerates. But some of them are consistently participating. And nowadays, since associations started SMEs, they are very much energetic and proactive. But still, industry, it's a long way to go, I can say. So, to wrap up, major player of Korea in terms of framework FP participation, I just erased the whole number, but ETRI is the ranking one, the first, ranked first. And Seoul National University, KIST, and Hanyang, CRICT, KERI. KERI is another government institution in the research of atomic energy. So all you have to remember is all these logos, the main player. But I think in 3 or 4 years, it will be different, very different picture, I can assure you. Because so far, as a third country, it's a long distance with Europe, long net. I mean, somebody mentioned in the morning hours that why Korea has a weak collaboration with Europe. Do you know why? US is also very far. Europe is also far. Why? Because after the World War II and after the Korean War, we heavily depended on US governance, US military, everything. So all the government officials and the academy, we heavily dependent on, I mean, we are longing for studying in the US. So majority of university professors and researchers have relations in the US. But very scarcity of people study in Europe. That's one of the reasons, I think. So, but as it started last year, association is a new challenge, a new opportunity for the general professors and then the researchers. So it's a big opportunity for them to challenge, to apply, to join in the consortia, blah, blah, blah. So I think in 5 or in 10 years, it will be a very different picture, I can guess. So thematic areas, as you can see, ICT, this is Horizon 2020 statistics, and ICT is the leading area. And it was signed in last July between Korea and EU. And then we became 21st associated country followed by Egypt, Japan, Australia. So only pillar 2. Now I think I have only 10 minutes or 5. Yeah, it's okay. So as I myself in the charge of cluster 4, I'd like to introduce some of the future opportunities based on work program 26-27. So there are 5 destinations on cluster 4, but I think in your field, this Nexus Forum main area is destination 2 and 3. So data, destination 2, data is so reliable and cutting edge data and AI service for the EU single market. It's the main goal of this destination. And as you can see, 26 call already, tomorrow is the deadline. So after tomorrow, yeah. So maybe we should find new opportunities here in 26 call. So in data, 3 calls, data 08, 03, 09. And well, I just can very simply mention the 28 data 08 is about the 3C network innovative use cases, like largely involvement of the telecom edge cloud infrastructure. So the budget is for each project 19 million euro, so the total is 38. So they're going to select 2 projects, and then the eligibility is member states plus, you can see Korea here. Which country, IS? Yes, Iceland, not Islamic State. Huh? So member state plus this country, and then the protection of ECN. You know very well that the high risk supplier of mobile telecom communication network. So, and then this is innovation action. So data 08 is about pilot demonstrator, 3C pilot demonstrator on telecom. And data 03 is more sustainable AI data. It's all about data processing, but it should be distributed and decentralized, and also enable the AI architecture. So maybe you can find the more details on the work program itself, and it also has 17 million. It's not small project, 17 million euro per each, and then the very similar eligibility from the previous one, but it's a RIA project. Pardon? No. And then data 09. It's energy efficiency and sustainability of data center. It's about energy. And then this is quite peculiar that energy efficient and sustainable AI processing in data centers in these three fields, plus 1 open pilot demonstration site. So they are not going to select only by ranking of the evaluation, but also expected outcomes of a 3 field plus 1. You understand this? Not only by the score, but the sectors. So the first one is heat removal from higher level, blah, blah, blah. I mean, according to this standard, they will select on each field. Now, digital emerging. You know, digital emerging is all about cutting edge digital technology, such as quantum, HPC, AI, blah, blah, blah. So here, also 26 call has already on the deadline. And then now, next year call, it opens in November. We still have enough time to collaborate. So emerging 04, 05, 6, and 11, I will introduce you. You see this one, 11, emerging 11, this is huge. 44 million euro per just only one project. And then I'm going to show you another emerging 10, and this is a CSA project, you know, horizon, scanning, and foresight in future enabling digital. And the other one is, this is 2-stage, and emerging 52, this is RIA project. I will explain a little bit. So digital imaging 04, this is about another partnership, and AI innovation booster, we call it AI innovation booster, in this healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and autonomous driving, in 3 sectors for the booster. So it also not selected by ranking, but sector by sector. And also this is FSTP call. I will omit the explain, to just get involvement of the SME and then the third party involvement. So this is RIA call, and the budget is 14 million per each, and should have the booster on healthcare, advanced manufacture, autonomous driving. And digital imaging 05 is also a DRA partnership, and this is AI-driven robotics. This is all about robotics. And then this is innovation action, and 18 million. And you know, one thing very peculiar, as years go by on the work program, SMEs are more mentioned, on work program. Here is also improved competitiveness for European, notable SME via development, blah, blah, blah. So it should meet SMEs involvement and how to impact the SME sector, kind of that. And then emerging 6 is about international cooperation in AI. This is more like a CSA project, but it's categorized as innovation action. But as you can see, the money is a very small one. So it's more like a kind of a, how can I say, innovation hub in a lower and middle income. How can they support? How can they contribute for the less developed country in this digital field, kind of thing. And then digital imaging 11 is AI solution that are safe and efficient apply AI. So this is more like a very typical AI project, frontier AI model. And then 44 million. I think this is huge, yeah? Mm. So this also has a cohesion with the other partnership like this, Gen AI for EU Central Hub. Now the last one, emerging 10. This is foresight and future digital technology, like this group. How can we design the future technology, kind of that. So this is CSA action and 4 million lump sum project. And 2-stage, this is a 2-stage, maybe, I don't know, you have any experience with 2-stage project, but this is all about a human AI collaboration in workforce, in labor force, in the manufacturer, in smart, we call it smart manufacturing, human AI interrelation kind of thing. So, beside cluster 4, as you are working on this data science and this IoT kind of thing, also RISE is, we call it horizontal activities. We call it European Commission. They name it horizontal activities, which started just December last year as a very ambitious new project. And among them, You know, also 26th call is already up to the deadline. 27th call, we have 2 RISE. They are also RISE pilot project. Oh, sorry. Yes, I've almost finished. So I'd like to recommend you to find the RISE work program, download it, and then maybe you can find the whole detail of it. But you have to remember, there are also opportunities in RISE calls. So, related future events. This week, Future Ready 26 by other association in Brussels and also online. And the other one is SSH and STEM Corporation CSA call. It's 16 April online. And this one is, I think, very useful because this is in Oslo, Data Week 26, not only for that, but matchmaking session on site. This is all I have to talk today. Thank you.
Insightful presentation. Thank you, Maya Kim. I don't know how many people in the audience know all the terms that they've seen on screen. CSA, lump sum, maybe the semantic of the terms that we have used is not so self-explanatory. So in case you need further information, you should feel free to contact any of us that are on the European partner side of Nexus Forum. We are very familiar with that, so don't hesitate to ask. Now it's my pleasure to call on stage Tomasz Wizerboski. We had it this morning in the panel, and now it will focus more on Euraxess Services.
Thank you very much, Monique, for this kind invitation and for having me here. Euraxess is exactly about what you just mentioned, all those abbreviations or those names. I don't know, the level of expertise in this room is probably high enough, but Euraxess is about bringing all those things down to earth for the people to allow them to understand what's going on, because I always say that, you know, this calls and these projects related to Horizon Europe, they are not written in English, you know, they are written in Brussels English. I call it Brussels English because it's full of technical terms, legal terms, it's just complicated. And my job is basically to explain it to ordinary, normal people what those terms mean. I do not have to convince you, I believe, why to cooperate with Europe. We just saw Dr. Kim showed us those graphs with US and China being on the lead. Yes, that's absolutely true. But from the geopolitical perspective, as much as the US is far away, as much Europe is far away, but it was mentioned at the beginning today, like-minded partners sharing the same values. Europe is there for Korea, and the interest is common. And I believe that EU-Korea cooperation in science, research, and innovation can be only win-win for both partners. This you probably saw, yeah, you saw it already. This is your Bible to Horizon Europe. Horizon Europe is the biggest fund for research and innovation in the world. Korea has just become associated to Pillar 2. You just heard about it. Pillar 2 is the biggest one. The biggest amount of money is allocated to Pillar 2. Pillar 3 I will leave for now on, but Rainer in the panel mentioned European Innovation Council that basically brings solutions to the market. Koreans can also participate. But I would like to focus also on Pillar 1 that was mentioned a couple of times. 2 programs under Pillar 1, the European Research Council and Marie Skłodowska Actions, or shortly MSCA, are for individual researchers. The difference between pillars are that Pillar 2 is a top-down approach to research. Okay, so clusters, certain thematic areas are given, and within clusters you have calls that expect certain outcome. So you are asked to research certain domain that is already defined, whereas Pillar 1 is a bottom-up approach to research, where it is up to a researcher what kind of research question he or she asks, and it's up to individual what kind of research and how the research will be conducted. So it's absolutely bottom-up driven approach to science, research, and innovation. If you are an individual interested in European grants, this is the career ladder, I would say. If you are a student, you can benefit from programs like Erasmus+, that was also mentioned. And the more experience you have, you can benefit more from Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions or European Research Council grants. I did not prepare anything specific about MSCA, Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, but I would like to mention European Research Council grants. Internally, we call it Nobel Prize Factory, because 14 Nobel Prize winners got their prizes while conducting research on the ERC. So if you are interested in getting Nobel Prize, please do apply for ERC. Highly competitive, but also a lot of money involved, high risk, high gain, and it's all about excellence. You know, the difference between research in Europe, under Horizon Europe, and Korea is that in Korea, for example, publications matter. You need to have certain number of publications listed in SSCI or other indexes. In Europe, under Horizon Europe, what matters, especially here in ERC, is excellence. How unique your idea is. You might not have a single publication, of course, practically it's almost impossible, but you might not have a single publication and still you can get granted if your idea is excellent enough, unique enough, original enough, you can benefit from ERC. MSCA likewise. In terms of MSCA, excellence is also the main criteria for selection. So what is Euraxess? What I do, I promote European research area as a destination for Korea-based researchers. And when I say European research area, I mean, of course, 27 European member states and associated countries to Horizon, countries usually around Europe, Israel, Iceland, Norway, Switzerland, the United Kingdom are all associated to Horizon Europe, and I do promote them. How do I do it? Well, I do it in a dual way, online and offline. I do not provide any funding or any scholarships myself, but I do provide information about how to get it. So basically, I'm a contact point, and I will try to inform you, I will answer your questions, how and where to find money for your research, both as an individual under Pillar 1 and as an organization under Pillar 2. So how do I do it? For example, I run a dedicated website with search engine where you can look for jobs, for funding opportunities, for scholarships, and also for host institutions if you are interested in moving to Europe, because certain programs require a so-called mobility rule, which means that you have to actually physically move to Europe. And if you look for a host institution, or if you look for a principal investigator that will take care of your research, you can find it easily on the Euraxess portal. For example, here I clicked it for myself. I was, say, looking for a job in Europe. I'm a political scientist by education, so I clicked all the boxes, and I want to do postdoc, for example, in Europe. You can select the country, you can select an industry if you want to work in industry, what kind of sector, what is your academic level right now, what is your expectation, and so on. And for example, for me, a couple of days ago, there were 12 positions, for postdoc positions for political scientists in Europe. I also run a dedicated website only for Korea, where I post news about policy updates, about job opportunities, about scholarships in different European countries, European research area countries. I do it every day, and please do subscribe to my community. Once you are part of Euraxess community, you will receive newsletter every Friday. Usually at the end of the day, and I know it's a landmark. It's a sign that the week is over. So if you want to leave your lab or your company, just wait for my newsletter on Friday afternoon. Now the most often asked questions I get is how to find a partner. You know, I want to join Horizon Europe. I want to be part of Horizon Europe. I want to join consortium. I want to benefit financially. Where shall I start? How do I do? There are certain institutional way to address this problem, and of course at the end I will tell you that your private network is the most relevant one, the most important one, but this is the gateway to Horizon Europe. It's a funding and tender participant portal. Equip yourself with patience, because it's super slow, and every second day it's under maintenance. I don't understand why. Running a homepage by the European Commission is apparently a very challenging exercise. But once you are familiar with this portal, there's also a search engine. And for example, I put here a keyword 6G. You can see calls related to 6G. This one is open still for submission. The deadline is the end of this month. And once you click on this particular call that is open, you will see partner and announcements. And you can see that 33 organizations were already interested in that call, and they announced that they are interested in that call. And if you click View Edit, you will have contact point to those organizations. And this is one of the ways how to find a partner, because they are already screaming at you, we want to participate in this call, we are waiting for your collaboration. They are also looking for a partner. So it's like, matching platform as well, the portal. I would not discourage you to look into closed calls, because if you look into closed calls, you have the same. You can see who was interested in that call, although it's not open anymore, but still you can find a partner by the area of research, of expertise, because basically if you click there, you will also see the list of companies or organizations that express their interest in this particular call, and you can expect that they might be interested in similar call in the future. Yeah, here I did it for climate as well. And there were multiple organizations interested in this call. Another tool offered by the European Union is Enterprise Europe Network, which is a platform for companies, for SMEs and startups. And you can list your company there, and you can find a company that is interested in particular area in this Enterprise Europe Network portal. Once again, there are keywords. You can look for keywords, or you can look for a geographical area that you want to cooperate with, and it's a self-explanatory search engine, basically. Another way to find a partner is a database called Cordis. It's a database of all research results in under European framework programs, so from FP1 to Horizon Europe. All results are there, and you can see results, and it's very transparent. You can see who did this research, who was interested in this particular or that particular call, who conducted the research, what was the consortium. All data, including contact information, are there. It's a very powerful tool to find a partner. You can look for by projects or by companies. Also, there's a dedicated search engine for that. Another way to find a partner is through national contact points. We have Dr. Kim here together, in charge of Cluster for Digital under Pillar 2. There are more than 17, I guess, right now, NCPs, national contact points here in Korea that should help you, should be able to connect you, should be able to provide you information about proposals, about calls, and they should provide some administrative, technical support. If for example, Dr. Kim is not him, if she had not been here, you can find national contact points also through the portal. You can click like country or once again area, industry you're interested in, and you will have a contact to national contact point. But of course, the most important is your own network. Events like this, networking events, official events, unofficial events, meetings, your own network is the most powerful starting point to build consortium or to join Horizon Europe in general. Again, I promote Europe as a research destination. I want Koreans to come to Europe, and I want Korean companies to cooperate with European companies. And it's not a brain drain. Again, I argue that it's a win-win situation for both sides. All information are there, but once again, it's difficult to find them, and it's complicated, and the language is complicated, and the terminology is not user-friendly, and the portals are slow, and so on. So instead of looking yourself, please do contact me. I am also one of your starting points of Horizon Europe. If you are interested in both Pillar 1 Pillar 2, I will do my best to help you. If I cannot help you myself, I will try to connect you with my colleagues in Europe who have expertise in certain field that you would be asking about. Thank you very much.
There's a lot of information about Horizon Europe opportunities, and there were a lot of terms and terminology that not all of you might be familiar with. But again, There are experts here in Korea, there are in South Korea, there are experts also in Europe that can help you address your questions, so don't hesitate to contact them. And now we will have a break, a 15 minutes, half an hour break. And then we will continue with the last panel on showcasing projects. Actually, I would like to ask, in case you don't mind, if we start 15 minutes earlier. Because since we are not so many people, I think it makes more sense to keep it compact. We don't need a long networking break, okay? So we come back actually at 3:30. Thank you very much. We're back. Thank you very much. It was flying, a break, very quick break. Now I would like to invite on stage Leonardo Tonetto, my colleague from Martel Innovate, who will moderate the session dedicated to showcasing the projects.
Thank you, Monique. No, we don't need. No, it's just one. Yeah, it's just one. Don't need. Thank you. Thank you very much. So sorry. For the sessions now, let me just give a bit of background. Like, why do we have this? So why am I here on stage and not calling just the 4 presenters straight away? It's just to give a bit of context on why we're having these projects showcase. Right? Since we're here, we're talking about the digital partnership. We're talking about this relationship between Europe and South Korea. So we wanted to have this kind of example coming, inviting speakers here who are working in Korean institutions together with European ones. So we're going to have these 4 coming up here on stage, presenting 4 different projects. And the context here is 3 of them were actually funded in the same Horizon Europe topic. So a topic from 2023, I think was Data 03, basically applying AI to Cloud Edge Continuum. So you see the theme being very much aligned with what we're talking here today. And then the third and last one will be on semiconductors. That again, if you remember, the main theme of the day, the digital partnership, that was one of the main points. So the first presentation, I think the pictures here might not be in order, but the first one will be the last being shown there. Ho Jun-yoon from Sondosoft will present the topic, will present the project. Yeah, please come over. We'll present his project. I think you have to go there. I think we have to go to the other one. Yeah. HyperAI.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hunju, CEO of Sondosoft. Today, I am happy to introduce my project HyperAI. As you know, this is a European Horizon Europe project. This project focuses on big data application using autonomous cloud-to-edge resources. These days, my company has been focused on AI, GIS, big data, platform, and bio fields. We are working with European partners using these 5 solutions, actively participating in Horizon Europe projects. From eOpen to pace of thought, now HyperAI, we have completed and are currently working on 5 major European projects. 2 of them are finished, and out of 3 ongoing. Today, I will talk about HyperAI. This slide shows the abstract of HyperAI. This project started in early 2024, and the total budget is 4.6 million euro, and we received 206,000 euro annually from Korean government. The goal of HyperAI is simple: to make big data processing application using Cloud-Edge resources. 8 countries are collaborating on this project. Sondosoft developed a technology that accelerates genomic analysis based on HyperAI. Recently, ASF, African swine fever, has been detected in rural area in Korea. So the Korean government is worried about it. We analyze wild boar movement and DNA. So based on our 5 years experience in decision-making systems, and process big data using HyperAI. This project has 6 main goals. First, enabling seamless, intelligent, and hyper-distributed data management. Second, facilitating collaboration between cloud, edge, and IoT infrastructures. The last one is driving innovation in AI-driven automation, optimization, and resilience. Currently, managing big data in different places is slow and complex. We need a system that manages resources automatically to save time and cost. This project is important because it aligns with the EU strategies for digital transformation and sustainable development. We expect that maximize the social and economic benefits from big data and reinforce Europe's ability to address urgent social challenges like crisis management. This is the technical diagram of HyperAI. The framework supports various domains like industry, farming, mobility, energy, and healthcare. HyperAI framework is divided into 3 tiers. Task 4 includes key enabling technologies. Task 5 is self-optimization. Task 6 is distributed self-protection. It includes a global manager that controls the system and local managers at the edge to process data quickly near the source. This slide shows the Kubernetes architecture in HyperAI, connecting cloud and edge environment. The goal and innovation of HyperAI is to support for the IoT edge cloud continuum and to allocate optimal resource for various applications and to optimize AI-driven computing ecosystem. This means the system can think and choose the best way to process information. HyperAI supports the AI-driven optimization in different fields. A Greek company, Sabo, running Industry 4, and Enia in Italy, carrying out green energy, and Butcher Graz, Austria, performing autonomous mobility, and Odins in Murcia, Spain, executing smart farming, and Sondosoft in Seoul, Korea, focusing on healthcare. In the healthcare sector, we use HyperAI for ASF, African swine fever, DNA sequences. Using pre-trained AI model, we accelerate fast DNA search. Let me explain little deeper. This is the healthcare architecture we are developing in HyperAI. First, we received the wild boar disease data from the Korean government. Second, we analyze DNA sequence using search technology, and we compare them with the NCBI GenBank data. The last, we adapt the result to GIS maps for spatial analysis. In conclusion, Thundersoft is developing a multi-database integrated genomic analysis system. With HyperAI, we can analyze data faster and more efficiently than before. As you can see this photo, whenever general meeting were held, we always participated in assembly. One of the members I have never met shared a post on LinkedIn. He introduced Thundersoft as, I quote, a cutting-edge platform maker. I was very excited at the time. I connected with him on LinkedIn right away, and 3 months later, we happily met. This is not me. Director Sujin is my good employee. He should have made this presentation today, but I'm here. These photos were taken in Brussels, Belgium. As you know, European Commission is based there, and we recently had an evaluation. Judges focused on technical milestones and commercial potential. The evaluation results are as follows. The project has achieved most of its objectives and milestones for the period, and the project implementation is satisfactory. Well done. So the project is still ongoing. We are proud to contribute to the future of AI with the European partners. After this, many partners visited my company and signed the MOU. Partners from Greece, Cyprus, and Italy join us. Students from Pescara University and Cagliari University in Italy also work with us as interns. Next month, I will visit Cagliari University to sign MOU. Thank you so much for attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we change the slide, are there any questions to you? No, if not, may I ask you one question? Yes. So you being a private company from Korea, working on an European project, may I ask, how did you deal, or how did you manage the IP, the intellectual property, patents and so on, that are, so anything that is produced in a project, how do you manage that?
Actually, we focused on the building the platform. So, but in this project, we the coordinator allowed the track, one of the tracks, to build the using the HyperAI. So we're responsible for the healthcare part. So we analyzed the movement of ASF, the wild boar, wild pig and DNA data from the National Wildlife Control Agency, Korean government. So we update, we put these data to the HyperAI, and we feedback from this system. So we report this result to the coordinator and our partners, so they agree with our result. Yes.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Oh, yes.
What's the difference between working in a Korean project? You can be honest, don't worry. What's the difference between working in a Korean project and working in an EU project?
Oh, yeah, very good question. Actually, my company conducted many Korean projects in Korea, but in this HyperAI project, I surprised to the my partners enthusiasm for the project. So, it touched me, and so I learned their motivation and activity. Yes, so very, very thank you for my colleagues and partners. Yeah, enthusiasm. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So now we're going to have Samuel. He's a researcher at the Seoul National University, and he's going to present Swarmchestrate project, another one funded under the same topic.
Start. So hi everyone. So for starting here, today I'm presenting Swarmchestrate Horizon Europe Project Showcase, Policy and Standardization. I'm Samuel Romero, a PhD from Seoul National University, been in Korea 5 years, and today we are here at EU-South Korea Digital Policy and Industry Convergence, right? So let's talk about the project details at the beginning. So this is an ambitious project of 3 years from 2024 to 2026, co-founded by EU Horizon Europe, UK Research and Innovation, and South Korea. It has a budget of 5.8 million euros, and we have 15 projects partners within 10 countries, right? It's a combination of academic and industry partners, many professors from Seoul National University. Our project coordinator is Dr. Roberto Lovas from Institute of Computer Science and Control, Hungary. And our project scientific coordinator is Professor Tamas Keys from UK University of Westminster. Let's enter the project context. For the project context, we have objectives, demonstrators, and components. Our core mission is the first one. So what Swarmchestrate is trying to do is transition from a centralized or cloud orchestration towards a decentralized orchestration framework. Why? Because a centralized orchestration, it has many issues with the dynamic nature of edge environments, right? That's our core objective. Also, we have some important objectives like dynamically create a managed set of interconnected swarms. This means we are trying to do it across the distributed cloud to edge infra. We also have matchmaking algorithms using decentralized AI to connect microservices with their resources. We also have developed trusted, reliable, secure, and transparent knowledge management because, as you know, in a decentralized environment, obviously, there's no centralized application checking the credentials and checking the claims. It comes for the application. So in this case, we develop a blockchain engine that use DID and SSIs, which is just credentials, but checks and check-ins on the claims of the application, right? We also have a simulation environment which is we do this before the physical development. Afterwards, we launch it simultaneously running to become this digital twin. And lastly, we have these proven demonstrators to show the this project is viable, right? To show this project is viable, we have these demonstrators, which here we're gonna see them. So first of all, we have the flood prevention and wastewater in Athens metropolitan area. Then we have the urban noise cancellation in Koper, Slovenia. Then we have the digital twin of natural habits. And lastly, we have a parking space management that use global distributor magnetometers sensors, right? So this is how we showed the project is viable with these demonstrators. However, how we run these demonstrators, how they work, we have our Swarmchestrate components, right? So at the bottom, we can see the computational and data resources that we use. We have Cloud-Edge-IoT devices, and we ensure a secure computing and privacy alongside that decentralized trust knowledge management we were talking before. At the core, at the primary core, we have this AI-driven decentralized intelligence, the swarms management, the simulation, and the energy optimization. All these forms that decentralized orchestration framework that uses context-aware application, or the context-aware application specification format, right? So moving on, this is how we, just worth mentioning this, how we run the demonstrators, right? Moving on, we pass to collaboration and standardization. For talking about collaboration on standardization, we need to remember ADL. Some friends from informatics, they could know ADL, that it's architecture description language, right? So the architecture description language has some struggle right now in the cloud part about deployment, monitoring, and contextualization requirements of the cloud. So our project want to be a standard in the industry that lasts, that also interoperable. We base our framework on something called Tosca. So what is Tosca? We can say it's an open standard that defines interoperable descriptions of services and applications hosted on the cloud and elsewhere. It runs on two main pillars, topology and orchestration. So topology can be considered as the map of applications, and orchestration as the set of instructions, right? If you're not familiar with Oasis, Oasis is just a huge standard for open collaboration, right? So it has the frameworks for open collaboration. Talking more about Oasis, it operates in technical committees where members co-create and co-develop specifications. Tosca actively develop examples and use cases in previous EUA projects. Therefore, Swarmchestrate renew their activity, right? However, at the end of 2024, Tosca launched 2.0. It's more flexible, more adaptable to different domains and use cases, where the technical committees goes like showcase new ethos, reach wider audience, and build more examples in domains. So our team, Swarmchestrate, capitalizing all this momentum of Tosca, it's working towards a common collection of Tosca types, towards a Tosca profile for Swarm computing, and working towards a design pattern in Tosca. So if you're not familiar with this language, we can just put it in more general, very general words. The first one is about a dictionary that every team knows, the words, the keywords they know. The second one is a jargon of words that just specialized teams knows. And the last one, it's a guide. It's a guide. We can put it in those easy words. Next one, I'm coming here to share the role, the perspective, and the technical cooperation of our South Korean partner, which is Seoul National University. So this technical collaboration is focused on an energy optimization framework. It's based on design and implementation, right? However, for telling more about this story, it starts everything with a systematic literature review based on energy optimization in the cloud, focusing on factors such as urgency, environmental rating of resources. Therefore, this SLR was the basis for two ongoing research streams: the design of the framework that used for allocating resources, and the implementation, which is a machine learning base for VMs migrations. VMs, virtual machines, right? So we're gonna see those together starting for the design. The design is based on 4 factors: environmental factors, that includes environmental ratings of resources and type of energy, consumption factors that looks monetary cost, energy consumption, SLOs, that includes CPU performance, network performance, and the user-specified factors. These ones are constraints related to consumption factors, urgency, and environmental factors, right? So it's all about the framework of energy optimization developed by the technical committee of SNAO, right? So how it's implemented, in this case, the second part, how is the partial implementation so far? So far it's used with a implementation of virtual machine migrations with a machine learning model, right? So this guarantees performance. How? By continuously monitoring hosts and VMs to detect hotspots. And second one, to save energy by consolidating VMs underutilized in hosts, right? So if you need to the needed of migration in a virtual machine, so the machine learning model chooses the path, chooses the type of migration we're gonna do, minimize the SLAs violations, and maximize the provider benefits. So it's about optimization on these migrations in the environment of VM, right? So this is about the technical collaboration of SNAO. However, to end this presentation, I bring parts of the perspective of this cross-continental collaboration with South Korea. So first of all, in the past, before, Korea had a huge administrative challenge. They were preparing 2 unaligned reports, one from the National Korean Research Institute and one for the European Commission, right? But now, since Ms. Kim was mentioned from Yonsei alumni, now Korea it's officially become an associate member of Horizon Europe in 2025. So the burden of these reports on aligned are decreasing. However, there's still a travel burden for the in-person meetings and the reunions in Europe. However, this needs to be allocated in the future budget. And right now we're taking measurements implementing hybrid meetings, right? So in-person and teleconference for help or Korean partners and make that engage more efficiently, right? So if you are interested in, let's go. If you're interested in the track of this project and the implementation of Swarm project in the open source of your projects, you can visit us within the presentation. You can visit us at Swarmchestrate.EU, and you're gonna get subscribed to our newsletter, and you can receive track of our projects, and that's it for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. Are there questions for him? No. So may I throw you one question?
Yeah.
From your use cases, it looks to me like you're not using any personal identifiable information, right? They're like environmental data. So you'd really, I guess you don't have to deal with GDPR here, or do you?
Yeah, basically the whole idea of this Swarmchestrate is about processing the data in the edge device. So the idea of this is to make that decentralized movement that, for example, let's see the flood prevention in waste management. The sensors are too busy and this zone, but in so it's not busy. So trying to decentralize, process the data at the edge, not send it back to the cloud and have latency or still follow the rules based on the cloud. So it's trying to process the data in the edge device and make it automatic decisions to keep the processing of this one. So the whole process of this Swarmchestrate is to run in a decentralized application in the edge devices, right? So that's the idea of this. Thank you so much.
Right. Then my question was going to be more in the direction of when you're developing the project, you're doing the research between the project partners, do you have to exchange data? Do you have to deal with, at this stage now, with the exchange of data for research purposes? That is identifiable, and then you have to get around
Yeah, that's a nice question. However, in the development of this flood prevention and urban noise classifications, I was not involved in these two projects, so I would not be able to say if there was a problem in this data exchange, right? So I will let you know later on in a different.
All right, good, thanks. Thanks a lot, Samuel.
No.
So now we continue with Hyewon Joe from Seoul National University. He's a researcher there, and he will present us Intend, which is the third project funded under the same topic. So 23, Data 0103 on AI for Cloud-Edge Continuum.
Okay. Hello. I'm Hyewon Jo. I'm a postdoc researcher at Seoul National University, and I want to thank Leonardo and NexusForum for inviting me to be able to introduce the Horizon Europe project Intend that Seoul National University is a part of. So Intend, the full name is Intent-Based Data Operations in the Cognitive Computing Continuum, in which I'll go more into detail exactly what that means. So our project, our consortium has a lot of different countries and organizations participating in it. So our coordinator, Sintef, is from Norway. So we have other countries like Italy and Austria, and also Germany, including, and also like South Korea. So I'm gonna start with kind of like, I guess, the motivation behind our proposal for Intend. So the motivation is, of course, towards Europe's sovereign data and AI infrastructures built on the Cloud-Edge Continuum. But our motivation started kind of with the problem with how the computing continuum is getting ever more complicated. And important, but also complicated. So the issue is, as it becomes more complicated, we kind of confuse like the how-to and the what. Like for stakeholders, what's more important is actually the what they intend to perform, not how do you manage it. So I would say, I think in the previous talk before, talking about how Horizon Europe, it focuses on like excellency and originality. So I think for Intend, like the originality point was that our idea for the project was how about to achieve like intent-based automation for data operations in the computing continuum through AI agents like genetic AI, Gen AI and agentic AI. So we divided our project, our consortium, into mostly tool providers and what we would say as use case who provide validation for our tools. So we start with our stakeholders who have like intent they want to achieve on or objective on the continuum that they want to achieve. So then they send as input their intent to the intent tools, which are powered by AI agents. And then these AI agents or tools are able to retrieve or search for knowledge in the relevant context or knowledge so that these AI agents are able to make decisions based on that context. And then when they make these decisions, then they're able to control or manipulate, manage aspects of the data pipeline in the continuum. And then after that, they receive as like observations to the intent tools, which gives feedback to the stakeholders. And then this is just to introduce like our use case providers. So we have 4 use cases and a feasibility study. So the first use case is mostly focusing on green video streaming and involves about optimizing energy consumption, like green energy for especially dealing with video content distributed in the cloud and private servers. And then for our second use case, which is mostly focused on machines that the company sells, and they provide data analytic services for these machines. So providing more automation deployment for these services to run on machines. And then for the fifth use case we have involves about telecommunication, like 5G infrastructure for data processing. And then for our last use case, it's about urban data space, especially regarding real-time sensor data with traffic. So I'm not gonna go through all the tools provided in the tool, but I'll mostly focus on like the three categories that we organized for the tools. The first is the tools that directly interact with the stakeholders. So these are the tools that receive the intent and like translate these intents. So, and then after the intents are retrieved, we focus on the tools that are more focused on like the actual resource management, the how-to, the technical management. And then the last set of tools are more focused on like the decentralized, or what we could say distributed coordination between intents, and also aggravated observations. So I think for this project, it's not, I think the coordinator, Syntef, would be better suited, I think, to explain the whole project. I think for our this presentation, I'll mostly focus on our personal contributions, SNU's contributions to intent. So the tool that we're responsible for is called InSwitch. And we're working on it together, collaborating together with the coordinator Syntef on the development of InSwitch. So I would say that the focus on InSwitch, it has two levels. The first level is just directly is that there's a gap between like high abstraction stakeholder intents and the actual concrete technical intents for intent tools or external tools. And InSwitch's role is to first fill the first level is that translate that gap into high level intents to concrete technical intents. The second aspect, which is more a focus on like our second period of the project, and it's mostly focused on actually how do you manage the context. Like large language models or AI, they have context windows that are limited. And you can't just dump everything into like the context windows, or they'll start making like decisions that are not optimal. So how do you manage the context, especially when this context has like different domains? So this is mostly just like a workflow of your use case too, but this workflow, I think it's generic enough that it could be applied to most the other use cases. The only, I think, difference would be like the system invocator that could be replaced with another tool, intent tool that could do that role. But so this workflow is focused, I would say, into three sub-modules, and both are actually pretty related with each other. The first is actually what I would say focuses on like the stakeholder level. How do you extract the knowledge from a stakeholder level? The next would be the translator is actually the translation, but this is mostly focused on like retrieving the technical information. So there are different levels, and how do you manage that level? And then, I actually realized that I should have explained more kind of like the actual use case. So Phil is a mechanical engineering company in Austria, and then they sell machines, and then these machines have like parts, and then there are software services that provide like data analytics for each of these parts. And for these services to be deployed, the workloads or containers should be deployed to deploy these services. So the idea is the stakeholder provides like intent. So example is, I want like a service that analyzes all the alarms. So then we will want to take that stakeholder intent and then translate that into like an actual change or deployment into the continuum. So so the focus is that for the first sub-module, you have extract the actual knowledge from like a knowledge graph, which is what are the services, what are like the workloads that are needed for that intent or relevant. And then the next step for the translator is once you get the workloads, we search through some kind of like document store or a vector store, which has API documents to help translate that technical API call. And then last is the system invocator, which is able to actually do the API call onto the actual API client, which will deploy the service on the machines. So our first design for the knowledge extractor, it's a React agent, or what we call like a reason and act agent, an agent that's able to reason and then act on that reasoning. So we gave this agent access to two tools. You could call these tools as like programs or like, programs, functions. And then the first tool is it's the get service description. The agent is able to query service descriptions, and then it makes the decision based on the intent. What is the service that the stakeholder is looking for? And once we get the service and the machine of the stakeholder, the next tool is called, which with the input from the service in the machine, it queries the knowledge graph for the actual workloads for that machine, because not all the workloads run on all the machines. They only work on certain machines. So it's a kind of an agentic workflow loop where it's able to choose between these two tools to find the workloads that it needs. So this is mostly like focusing on like our first period results, but we found that using just tools, one limitation is that when you use tools is that it gives the whole tool definition. A lot of information is given to the large language model, which is not necessarily needed at that exact moment. So we've been experimenting with a recent more development, agent skills. And the idea about agent skills is that we first give like a global skill description of like what the agent would need to do. And then these are specific skills that are what we call more like technical, so for example, like the knowledge extraction and the translation. And then these skills are only loaded dynamically when they're needed, so that the context is only the necessary context is needed at the same time. So we've been having preliminary results with agent skills, and we actually found that it's a very unique design to be able to separate the core, like the agent core of InSwitch, separating with like the domain knowledge. So this is just kind of like a very brief run through about the intent project. I actually realized that I didn't include more information, kind of like I think like the details about the project. But so lastly, I'll try to finish my presentation more focusing on like our experiences collaborating with European projects. So as you know, like there's a time difference between Europe and Korea, and the only realistic time is evening in Korea and morning in Europe, especially when you have partners like Portugal and Ireland, which are actually like an hour behind, which makes it even more difficult to coordinate. So the most realistic time to actually have meetings is evening for Korea and morning for Europe. So for our project, we have bi-weekly meetings, mostly focusing on like the administration. We also have like internal work package for meetings that we are a part of. Also specific like individual meetings between partners. And so we also have face-to-face meetings, quarterly meetings. So we are hosting a meeting at Seoul National University this September. And also we had individual visits to Europe, but also to Korea from partners. There was a data science summer school in 2024 in Romania with SNU students who were participating. We also were able to co-author a conference publication with SINTEF last year. And lastly, we also have collaborations outside intent. So for example, we're currently doing a project with SINTEF, Oslo University, and other Norwegian partners, and involves like an AI research platform for rare diseases. So this is just a quick summary of intent, and I'll be able to happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Thank you for the Thank you for the presentation. I'm curious if that large language model that you used, you wrote the code from scratch in Korea, or was it developed by a European partner? And I see on the Sapienza website that they are coordinators. Did they develop something unique of their own?
Oh, so I'll try to break down your question a little by little. So for the actual code is for InSwitch, we are developing it InSwitch together with SINTEF. So the code that we have actually contributed code to InSwitch for SNU has. The second question I think about Sapienza is that so we have different work packages in the project. Sapienza is involved with the work package 4, which is all the tools that involve the stakeholder that directly interact with the stakeholders that InSwitch is part of. No, they're also responsible for a tool called InGraph. They're responsible for the knowledge graph, construction of the knowledge graph, management of data of the.
All right. If there are no more questions, thank you very much. Thank you. And then to present the very last project, Vitfox, we're going to have Professor Kyung-Sik Min from Kookmin University.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So I am Kyung-Sik Min from Kookmin University, Seoul, Korea. I think I'm the last speaker, so I know that very well. The last speaker should be very quick. So I try to give my presentation as possible. Okay, so I think, actually speaking, I misunderstood the nature of the Nexus forum. So I prepared my slide too much technical. So I try to interpret some technical meaning to the general language or the common language as I possible. Okay, and actually I'm working on the EU joint research project. Okay, so let me briefly introduce the joint research project. I think we have a lot of the collaborators from all of Europe and also from Korea. So in Korea side, we have 4 universities, SNU, Hanyang University, Kookmin, and Sungshin University. And also from the European side, we have the Professor Lauwers, so she is from the ETH, and also some research institute from the Austria and also the Germany. And also one professor, the researcher is from the Greek, the research institute. Okay, so I think the final target of the joint research project is try to fabricate some kind of new emerging memories, which is based on what we call the ferroelectric, the materials. I think ferroelectric materials is something very new, and this can be used as a memory material, and this ferroelectric oxides has a very the good point compared to the conventional DRAMs and the NAND flash memories. And also, so we try to design these new emerging memories, and which can be used as the memory and also some kind of the computing, the element. And then finally, we try to realize some kind of the transformer for small scale, the transformer hardware. So this is the final target. And so this is the project objectives. I think nowadays, even though we try to make something small, so the technology is so much complicated and very complex, and we need to collect a lot of different techniques from all over the world. This is the reason we try to organize the research team from the European side and the Korea side. And many people have the expertise in different areas. And finally, we try to implement the 3 types of the memory devices. The first is 1T, 1C, FRAM. I think this is actually targeting for the DRAM functions. And the second one is 1T, FFAT. I think this can be used as some kind of the computing, the element. And also the FDJ is a kind of the analog typed memory. I think we can store some analog information in the FDJ, and also this FDJ can work as some kind of the computing element too. So I think all these, the 3 the devices are based on the ferroelectric materials. So these ferroelectric materials can store the information as a kind of the dipole. So even though we turn up the power, this dipole information can be maintained inside the memory element. So So this is basically the non-volatile memory, and also the another advantage of this ferroelectric material is we can switch on and off very fast, as fast as such as DRAM. So I think this is very fast non-volatile memories, and these are very, very useful in terms of the large language model or more than the AI, the systems, as we believe it. And this, the project organization, the outline is something like that. And we develop some materials, and also we try to develop some fabrication method, and also usually in Korea, we try to integrate the different technologies into the memory, the system, and we try to design the hardware and develop the system. And also the final goal, as I mentioned, is this is the transformer, the small scale transformer. So we finally fabricate very small size, the transformer hardware, and we test the function in terms of the energy and in terms of something. Okay. So this slide shows some basic thing about the analog neural network. So this the 1T one ferroelectric tunnel junction can be used as the element of the computing in memory. So it means we store the information in the FTJ element, and also using the FTJ element, we can do the multiplication. So if we can make this happen, in this case, I think we can save a lot of the computation energy, and also we can save a lot of the memory access energy. So this is very final target for the edge, the AI application. So the final goal is the end-to-end analog computing in memory, and this is very advantageous in terms of the low power consumption. And also in Korea side, we developed some kind of the hardware simulator. So in this case, we designed a very large size crossbar array, and the conventional circuit simulation technology is so slow to handle this large size array. So we try to exploit the high-speed GPU to accelerate the SPI simulation, the circuit simulation. Okay, and also, so we designed a couple of things. So first, we designed the binary weighted neural network, and which is based on the 1T, the ferroelectric capacitor, the architecture. Here we store the binary synaptic weight on the 1T, 1F element, and also the CMOS peripheral circuits can work as the computation. And also, if we if we tested the binary weighted neural network in hardware, in this case, we proved that the power consumption can be reduced very much. Okay, I think that this is the Verilogway model for the FVRAM array, and also, so I think that this is some kind of the vertical structure of the ferroelectric film. Okay, so I think actually the ETH in Zurich and also Hanyang University collaborate to fabricate the FVRAM together, and finally we put together these two techniques into the FVRAM, the real device in Korea. Okay, and also we designed some FVRAM crossbar array, and also we fabricated the peripheral circuits, and these peripheral circuits are some made of the CMOS technology. So we designed the peripheral circuit, and then we send the designed circuit to the Taiwanese foundry company, and in Taiwanese foundry company, we fabricated the CMOS circuit, and then we got back this CMOS circuit, and on top of the CMOS circuit, we integrate the electric memory array vertically. So I think the entire
fabrication process is very much complicated, and many different research institutes and universities and companies are involved together to fabricate the final memory circuit. And also this is some schematic of the accumulation and multiplication. So we designed this, the accumulator and multiplier using the peripheral CMOS circuits. And also this is the chip photo. So this is actually this is the layout of fabricated chip. So here I think we fabricated FRAM crossbar array here, and also in the borderline we fabricated the CMOS, the peripheral circuit. So this FRAM array can store the synaptic information. Also, the peripheral can do the MAC computing. So I think finally we can realize the entire neural network function using the FRAM, the computing in memory chip. Okay, so the array size here, and then the technology is based on the 0.35 micrometer CMOS foundry, and also the FRAM array. This can be fabricated on top of the front end, the CMOS technology, and also this vertical integration was conducted in Hanyang University and also at the ETH together, and this is the simulation result. And also, I think one advantage of the FRAM, the memory, is that they are basically the non-volatile memory. It means we just turn off the memory, and then the stored information can be kept, maintained. So when we do not use the memory, we just turn off. And then after that, we turn on, all the information can arrive. So this is very big advantage in terms of the edge, the AI application. We always turn on and turn off. But I think if you think of the DRAM cannot do that. So DRAM is dynamic memory. We turn off the DRAM and everything is gone away. So the edge, the AI hardware, this is the FRAM is very, very nice. Okay, and then I think the final target is something like this one. So this is the energy efficiency metric. So we targeting 600 the TOPS per watt. I think if you compare the numbers with the DRAM or the memories, I think this is the 10 times higher or something like 20 times higher. So this is the final target. And also, okay. Okay, and also, I think that the project is still going on, and we try to modify the many things, the device materials and circuit things. So we change everything. I think this is one example of the modification. We try to improve the energy efficiency more if we change something in the crossbar array. And I think our number was 600, and if we modify some sense amplifier circuit and so on, and we can improve the 10% more. I think this is still ongoing. So every day we try to improve the energy efficiency. So collaborating with the European guys and Korean guys. And also, okay. So this is the summary. And finally, so we targeting the FRAM-based the memory, computing in memory circuit, and this FRAM-based computing in memory circuit, this is very useful in terms of the edge AI hardware. This is the final target. And to do so, I think we collaborate together to develop the material and the memory circuit and the system and so on. Okay. Okay, so can I finish? Thank you for your attention. Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions, Professor? Not, I may have one. So if I understood, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're trying to do here is AI on a chip to do kind of in-memory inference, which could be good for many infinite reasons we can talk about, like kind of energy, efficiency, security, privacy, and so on.
Yeah.
How far would you say are we from having this as a product? Like how many more years do you believe?
So it is hard to answer, but I think, you know, so AI is everywhere, and nowadays, if you're looking inside the industry, I think the price of hardware is very, very high. I think we have the important element in AI hardware. One is, everybody knows the GPU, and another one is the memory. I think a couple of years ago, the GPU price was very high, memory was not so high, but nowadays, both are high. So this is the reason why we need to pay much money to buy the AI server. So I think in-memory computing is targeting the both. In-memory computing is targeting both memory and the GPU, because memory can work as logic computing element, and also memory can save the information, the one side. So, and also if we use this kind of the new material, new emerging material, so such as the ferroelectric material, I think it is easy to fabricate, easy to manufacture, and something like that. So finally we try to cost down the AI hardware system based on using the new emerging memory technology. Okay, I think so it takes 5 or 10 more years, because the European guys are working very hard, because they do not have any industry background about the DRAM or the NAND flash, so they are pushing very hard. And also Chinese people try to develop this kind of new material very high, and also Korean guys work very hard. So I think sometimes I think, yeah, things can be changed.
All right, thank you very much.
Can I ask a question? Just one. Just briefly, is yield a problem?
Yeah, still we have. This is the university scale on the research institute scale fabrication, so still we have some yield problem. Yeah, it takes some time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. The theorems that you were considering in terms of the content, the element itself, it doesn't involve any silicon?
I beg your pardon?
There's no silicon involved in the development of theorems?
DRAM? So I think
VRAM that you
you're talking about the PRAM, phase change memory. Or
no, VRAMs by design, you only require ferrous materials and no silicon.
Yeah, we have the other candidate too. So we have 3 candidates for the emerging memory. So this is one candidate, ferroelectric based memory, and other one is the resistive memory, and also the magnetic memory too. I think if we think of the maturity, so magnetic memory comes the first, and the second one is the resistive memory, and ferroelectric memory at the third. But I think the potential, it has the largest potential. So, 들어가죠. No. I think that basically this is the memory material, and on the bottom side we need to make a silicon. Okay, so this is memory. So we fabricate the silicon, the bottom layer, and on top of the CMOS device that we integrate this new memory, vertically, step by step. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. We continue.
So thank you very much. Thank you for being awake. I don't know how you feel, but for the people traveling from Europe, there's highs and lows depending on the jet lag. So let us make sure that we try to wrap up and condense the many things that we've heard today. We will have reports coming out on the Nexus Forum channel, so please stay tuned. And it's important that you know that tomorrow we will have another day, so I will now give the stage to Maria Angeliki that will tell you more about what's going to happen tomorrow, and then we wrap up for final conclusions.
Thank you, Monique. So as we come to a close for today, I would just like to reflect very briefly on what we have achieved here, all of us, and what to anticipate for tomorrow. So today's discussions, I think they clearly showed that the digital convergence between the EU and South Korea is not just an abstract ambition. We have the frameworks, we have the shared values. We talked about sovereignty and human-centric AI, for example. And there are a lot of complementarities, both in terms of technologies, but also the way of doing things. What I really liked, there was someone that said that in South Korea there is a strong focus on actually doing things, like getting things done and trial by error. Whereas in Europe we are like more considerate on like have the full spectrum of things, including ethics and so on. So I think there are really things we can learn from each other. So tomorrow we will move from policy dialogue to how to operationalize research collaboration, identifying opportunities in AI, 6G, and quantum. So with that said, well, I will also leave back to give back the mic to Monique for the wrap-up. But from my side, I just want to thank all the speakers, moderators, organizers here at Yonsei Universities and participants for your contributions. And back to Monique for
Thank you very
closing.
much. Just a couple of words. As you know, this is an important dialogue that we are trying to animate with the Nexus Forum project. There are other projects. There is also InPace. The Nexus Forum project will end in June, but with InPace, you see the poster up there in the room. We will come back to South Korea in September for another event. And of course, very important is to keep eyes open on the 4th Digital Council EU-South Korea that is planned to take place in the second part of the year in Brussels. I think today we've discussed a few key points. AI governance alignment. It's clear that there is the need of mutual recognition under the EU-AI Act, shared safety standards, and joint R&I on trustworthy AI. The word ethics, ethical AI, trustworthiness is key, is central. Both regions, Europe and South Korea, are strongly focused on human-centric empowerment and human-centric development of our market and society. Semiconductor, we heard a lot today, this morning also, and it's clear that we need to expand collaborative research, reinforce supply chain security against geopolitical shocks, especially. We have seen that especially in the last few years, first with COVID and with wars, supply chain protection is an essential aspect to ensure sustainability of our society. 6G and quantum ecosystem, again, we discussed about this point this morning also in the panel. To drive the development of global standards is very important. So to work on interoperability across infrastructural components and architectural components is essential. Horizon Europe and the calls that were also provided, there was an overview that Maya Kim provided, show that there are specific opportunities coming up. It's important that you keep in mind that between the call and the funding, there is a certain period, but it's very important that you start now to contact possible partners also for the calls that are later on in this year and then in spring next year. Finally, I think very important is also data spaces, interoperability, yes, AI, but AI for what? Without data, it's very difficult to extract value, meaningful value. We talked about trustworthiness of data and data spaces, which is essential, especially for vertical sectors like healthcare. And I think there is now the intention, as Rainer mentioned, to establish a joint working group in order to align frameworks for cross-border trusted data flows. We have also heard about first embracement of Gaia X specifications also in Korea, which I think it's a very good and important result. I think on my side, I would like to thank the local organizers, Simon, where is Simon and his team. Many thanks, many thanks. Many thanks to the EU delegation. Once again, you have been very important to keep up the dialogues to help shaping the digital, the agenda of today. Many thanks also to Euraxess. Thomas had to leave. But again, the help that they can give you, it's very important, as well as the one of the national contact points. Let me also finally say that this is this week is an important week for Nexus Forum, so it's a very important achievement also for all the partners that are here. Many thanks to all the partners, because this is an intense week that helped us wrap up some important activity of the project. So I hope to see you all tomorrow here. We start at 9 o'clock, right? So thank you very much and have a good evening.